Good evening, everybody. Normally, if I'm starting this late, I'd probably just say, you know what, we're not streaming. Uh, it's not been, the last few days have been extremely difficult. Um, and like, there's, this is probably more information than people really need or want, but I have learned, um, this is a weird one. I think people might even dispute this if they've talked to me in person, but there is a level of stress that I feel that I can take. Um, and I think it may be a very high amount. But what I do notice is that past a certain threshold, it does a great job of manifesting in just like really obvious physical ways. So um, like there's a couple examples like just of peak stress where I genuinely felt like sick, as in could not hold anything down. Um, and in fact, the last couple of days, it's gotten to that point. I can work through sick, but I have learned that there is a level that I reach very rarely. But there's a level that I can reach where it is incredibly difficult to even just focus on things. And so it's one of these things I imagine I think most people can relate, right? You can sort of tamp down at a certain level, and I try to do my best to a point where I almost wonder that people underrate the difficulty I'm going through with something, because I have observed that in the past. But past that point, it gets very very unpleasant. Um, and so the reason why I'm sharing that right now, like I was trying to figure out what to stream, and I had some ideas, but I also sort of know, Wednesday was already subpar in terms of how I was feeling. Today, I almost called it off, and I was like, no, you know what? That's not a great precedent. But it's like I need to figure something out, and then maybe just take my mind off things. So I do a little YouTube or that, and I notice I've fallen back into the algorithm that sort of brings me. I don't want to call it normie stuff. Like normie stuff is actually wonderful in some cases, but like I don't know. It's been putting up a lot of John Wick clips for me lately, and I actually think one of the reasons this is a fun moment on stream actually. So I was showing the John Wick Hex game. I know there's another John Wick game coming up, but I really like the fact that I think it's Mike Bithel's company. Anyways, I really like the fact that they did a turn-based strategy game for John Wick, because it's a weird direction to take such a popular property. I like that they did something bold with it. And I know it's not a beloved game, but it's one of those things where I really like that they were willing to do that particularly with a property like that. Um, I think Keanu Reeves did like fine in Cyberpunk and things like that, but that's kind of what you expect something associated with a major movie franchise to look like. And I like that they took the idea of John Wick and what makes that interesting and put it in that turn-based context. And I actually read a few reviews that I felt didn't really engage with what they were trying to do in a way that made me feel a bit bad for the developers, because I thought I don't know, it's like most things. I think it's interesting. I'm much more interested in something that doesn't necessarily land for me, but is interesting, than something that I sort of feel is playing to the gallery. Um, I have definitely had moments in games, even movies, where it's sort of like, okay, yeah, I get it. This is for the nerds. Okay, yes, I feel seen. Thank you. Can we get back on with it now? Whereas there are other films where I'll see some stuff and I'm like, hey, this isn't what I normally look for. But it really, it was just so interesting the way that they pulled it off. Like, actually, I really love some Igmar Bergman movies, and there are some other ones that I'm still not sure how I feel about them. but you better believe I will, like, if somebody says we're going to watch a random Ingmar Bergman movie, I'm not going to say I'm guaranteed a good time. I wouldn't say no to that deal, let's say. A Stanley Kubrick, it's like, we're going to watch random Stanley Kubrick. Actually, I haven't seen Fear and Desire. Still, though, right? The odds are in my favor. I'm almost certainly going to enjoy it. I have mixed feelings about the fact that there seems to have been a bit of a Barry Lyndon renaissance, because in one sense that was always such a reliable indicator of, an interesting Kubrick fan, because there's so many people who like called that movie either forgettable or even boring. I'm like, you're nuts. I had somebody say, it's like, oh, the only thing it's got going for it is its cinematography. I'm like, just no, absolutely insane. But I think now Barry Lyndon is recognized as a very good movie. That wasn't always true though. When I was a Kubrick fan, I think I had to say, when people were like, even Barry Lyndon, I'm like, especially Barry Lyndon. I don't know, I really like it. So anyway, yeah. So getting back to the point, I think the origin of the John Wick clips was, I was showing John Wick Hex, and I was very surprised to find out some people in the chat had not seen the movie. Now, it's an old movie now, right? It's like, I totally can understand that this may not be something that people like immediately come to mind. And like, I guess the other thing too, right, is it's like liking indie games, right? You can think of some indie games, you're like, oh, everybody's played that. No, there will always be more people who've never heard of that indie game that you love than will have played it. I mean, I think the heuristic I always give, for me, just appreciating how large the audience is and how little I understand about it, is when Among Us was sort of at the peak of its popularity, like when they hired Victoria Tran for sort of community management. The reason I give that as an indicator, like, it's a known figure that was hired in after this massive success of the. I'm not going to like try and say like, oh yeah, it peaked and Victoria got involved and it all went downhill like that. I imagine a downward trajectory was inevitable at some point for that game, just because you can't be the peak forever, right? But I mean, they're doing interesting things with publishing, and so far as I can tell, Among Us is still a popular game. But this is the point where you're seeing, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Jagmeet Singh. For those of you in the States or not in Canada, he was the leader of sort of the third or fourth, depending on the election, place political party. So just to break it down for the benefit of those who don't know Canada, the two parties that have a realistic chance of forming government under normal circumstances are the Liberal Party of Canada, which I suspect this is probably Liberals who say this, but it has been styled as the natural governing party of Canada. There is the Conservative Party of Canada, which is a merger of an older party, Progressive Conservative, which actually traced its history all the way back to the founding of Canada, and sort of this breakaway movement called the Reform Party. And yes, that was very deliberate of the British political party to call it that. And similarly, right, it's when I say extreme in views, what I want to say is moving further away from the center. I don't want to try, I do not want to, okay, maybe just to be clear, the Canadian Reform Party's politics, as I understand them, it's definitely not a party I could have voted for. So far as I can tell, their politics are not to my taste. But there is obviously a difference between, saying more extreme, by which I mean further from the center, as opposed to extremist, which is obviously a label that I think should be more narrowly applied. So there's a way you can disagree with people's policies without calling them extremists, clearly. But in any case, those are the two big parties, and as you may suspect from their names, right? One is more progressive, I guess would be the other term that people use. Generally, conservative parties are conservative. And then, depending on the election, sometimes the next party would be the Bloc Québécois, which is limited to Quebec, but it does have a very large representation in the parliament. And so that is a party. I think probably the best analogy I could give would be something like the Scottish National Party in the UK. Obviously, there are other, like in each region, there's usually an equivalent of one of these parties, but SNP is probably one of the better known examples. So again, it will never, under the current form, will never form a government, but sort of has ties with the Parti Québécois, which at least historically had been a separatist party. But again, one very much concerned with Francophone identity and kind of preserving French culture in Canada, advocating for Quebec's interests and such. And then the other party is the New Democratic Party. Now, this would be Canada's Socialist Party, notwithstanding the usual labels people put on things, right? The Liberal Party of Canada is not a socialist party. However, further to the left, it may have moved under Justin Trudeau. And the way to maybe think about the NDP is under some forms. In fact, they formed the official opposition at one point under a politician named Jack Layton. They are better seen as, at least in terms of their overall, charter might be the way to say it. They're analogous to the Labour Party in the UK, and specifically so in such a way that when they were in official opposition, and it really did seem like they may have properly unseated the Liberals, and that the Liberal Party, this was the conditions under which Justin Trudeau became leader in the party. There's an intellectual, Michael Ignatieff, that led the party to quite a sound defeat, and this was Jack Layton's success in becoming official opposition. But much like the Labour Party under Blair, there was some discussion about whether the constitution for the part, or charter for the, I don't know if it's a constitution or a charter that they have, by the way, whether they should drop socialism from their party documents. And again, you can sort of see here, right? This is usually the way things work, which is to win elections in a democracy. Generally, the idea is you need to appeal to the median voter, and the median voter is going to be closer to the center than at the fringes. And so in order to achieve government, generally you'll see a softening of the views. Its current form is definitely much closer to sort of the party of old. But in terms of analogies to other political systems, it is a little funny because, of course, the conservative parties roughly are, in the UK, I'm thinking particularly, the conservative parties are labeled as conservative and tend to have, conservative beliefs. Obviously, things are a bit shaken up in the UK now with reform seemingly eating everybody's lunch, but obviously the understanding I get from people in the UK is that the intent of reform is very much the way the Canadian reform worked, which is to really drag the more right-wing parties of the country towards their view. Because of course, conservative parties can have a few different flavors, right? There are somewhat more moderate ones, which really do seem like centrist parties. You could easily imagine somebody like Mark Carney being a progressive conservative if you look at some of the different policies that have been enacted under the party. But then you will have some of the more, hardcore believers, and those, that would definitely be more representative of sort of the reform side of things. Again, I'm trying to do my best here to be even-handed on it and try to represent these as fairly as I either understand them or as I've heard supporters describe them to me. So my apologies if you feel that this is not a representative description of the thing. I'm also sorry. I'm trying to warm up. I'm still trying to explain why the hell I'm so late streaming. This is mostly intended to try and work our way up to being able to read something and giving people a chance to come into the stream. But this is turning into a much longer rant than intended. Right. Okay. Sorry. I was talking about Among Us in the stream. So, at least in the case of Canada, the third. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Last thing on the UK analogy. So basically, our conservatives are their conservatives. Our liberals are their Labour, at least as far as the ability to form a government is concerned. And our Labour, the New Democratic Party, is their Lib Dems, which is they will only ever really be involved with government as part of a coalition. Again, not necessarily intended as sort of the way things should be or whatever, but there you go. Can make it a party platform reading and commentary stream. That sounds like a really good way to make people mad. I'm also kind of curious if I've only ever seen party platforms like in election campaigns. Do they maintain them? Like when Parliament is sitting? That's an interesting puzzle for me to work out. But anyways, yeah. So like one of the, the leader of the third largest party in Canada, I would say ideologically aligned with AOC, playing Among Us with the developers. And I'll be honest with you, Singh isn't leader anymore, so I feel that I can be a little more free with these comments just because, it's not really a comment on the leader of a party at the time here. I sometimes want to be a little, it's nice to have a little bit of distance from these sorts of things. I don't necessarily think I have to like completely abandon any opinion, but I don't know. I also sort of feel like if I'm going to sit down and tell Mark Carney what's what, first of all, who the hell am I? And like, number two, like, I don't know, they're like, it's a sitting politician. Whereas somebody working previously, it's like, okay, you know what? This is more a discussion of the past as opposed to, trying to make a deeper comment. But I will say that I did feel Singh was a bit wooden in terms of the Twitch. Like it really seemed like between rounds, it was always like trying to engage people's like, what do you think are the toughest issues for like the youth today? And I'm like, no. It's like we're here for the game. We're here to watch you with someone. I mean, obviously, I think as many people were excited to see AOC as anyone else. And I think he was at his best when he was playing the game. And I always felt when he really tried to bring in the like the campaigning part, it always came off as a little like I don't want to suggest that he's not a genuine individual, but it definitely came off as not really being familiar with the format. And again, the funny thing is AOC is actually somebody who I tend to find I have fairly substantial disagreements policy-wise, and I even remember on her on that stream she tried to talk about how Canada is more sort of moderate in its, or maybe even progressive in its feelings, and tried to say it's because you don't have Murdoch media in your country. And I was like, like not really. Like I don't feel that, like to me I don't feel that News Corp has brainwashed people. I think News Corp is successful because they are basically telling people what they want to hear or giving them something that they wanted. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. I do feel that there is, particularly on, let's say, the editorial side, I think there's too much, I think people are too loose with facts with it. And I will extend that, by the way, to Canadian media. I've read some real howlers in the opinion section. It's like my cardio. Anger really really gets me going. But it's not like Canada does not have conservative news media, but on the other hand, like there was an effort to make a TV station called Sun, and it kind of failed because it sucked. Like that was, and that by the standard, like the thing is that it's the conservative supporters of that station that said that's why it failed. It's not that there isn't an attitude, and this is smart on their part, by the way. Like there's a lot of effort for them to talk about how it was bad for news companies to get subsidies until the station started failing, and then they started talking about how it was important for them to get subsidies, right? And the people clear-eyed about it said, is like, yeah, if it was good, people would have watched it. And I think those are the political supporters that I always find the most interesting, because it shows that they are thinking about more than just the issue immediately in front of them. Because consider the alternative, right? What they are saying, right? If Sun wasn't successful because it wasn't any good, to me, that is more consistent with what I think they actually believe, which is that there is a mass appeal to conservative, programming and, editorial and so on and so forth. And that the problem was not that the ideas were inherently repellent. Again, individual preferences may vary here. But rather that it was presented in an unappealing way, much the same way that, there are many stories about good things which are boring. And there are lots of stories about very horrible things that are interesting. So it's a question of delivery rather than the inherent appeal. But you can see how some people wanting to score certain points would, of course, want to say, oh, yes, the Liberals conspired to undermine the channel, et cetera, et cetera. I actually think some of the owners may have even made that claim at some point. But anyways, doesn't matter. It's like every once in a while you can like do a search online. This is why my video feed is such a mess. But like I do occasionally do a search for it just to see. It really is obvious how hard they're trying to do the Fox News thing. But anyways, there you have it. But yeah, so like obviously that's the sort of thing that I personally, these are the things that keep me from being a big AOC fan. But I do think, like I generally feel that she has not always been fairly treated by the rest of the Democratic caucus. I definitely think, at least in terms of, so I think there's a difference between the political position or the claim that she makes and, the effort. Like I would like to see more people like her in elected office, right? Like I do not doubt that she works very hard at what she does. And I think, at least for me, I at least don't have a purity test style of politics, right? I would generally want someone competent that I think is at least within the ballpark of my preferences, as opposed to walking when, there's a particular issue that doesn't, that they don't align with me on. I mean, again, I'm sure there's some things that are maybe closer to my core beliefs that I would feel really strongly about, but I do feel it's important to have more than people who will just rubber stamp some of these things. And it is incidentally I have actually campaigned for politicians of different stripes. Doesn't mean I voted for them, by the way. But I did volunteer on a couple of political campaigns. And then as a result of that, there were actually a couple where I was brought out I was hired to work on them. So, and, money's good. It's not my district, so I don't need to, I can't vote. Anyway, yeah. So that was a really, really long way to get back to the main point, which I wanted to make, which was that, when you have AOC on your broadcast, and when, the news, like the evening news, the thing that once upon a time people would have watched, although not at the time of Among Us, but like what is a mainstream news story that people are playing Among Us, like that is, you've made it, right? Like you clearly at that point, everyone's heard of it, right? And yet even at that time, it was still one of the best selling games on Steam, even at such a low price point. And it's because even with that level of coverage, there are still people playing that game for the very first time. And maybe it's their friends buying it for them. Maybe they're buying a second copy for a different device or whatever. But there is still enough, even at the peak of Among Us, there was still enough for people to buy and play that game to keep them in the top sellers. And we're talking about competing with like a new release from EA, or I think maybe From had come up with something around that time. And that's just a nice little moment of clarity for me that really, when it comes down to it, I think I have an okay grasp of the gaming landscape and the market in that. And in other moments, I realize just how little I really understand this industry. And if you feel like that one's maybe not as clear of an example, here's a couple of other ones to think of. How often do you think about Roblox in relation to gaming? Because you should take a look at the revenue that Roblox makes. You should look at its player counts. It is enormous. Like, to a point, I would not be surprised if there's a segment of the gaming population now which effectively sees gaming as equivalent to Roblox, right? Like Roblox is your thing. Like, I guess Roblox is your Steam, maybe the way to think of it. Now, the border's a bit porous. If I recall correctly, Zeekerss got their start as a Roblox game designer and then made Lethal Company for using Unity for Steam. I think Sandbox, S ampersand box. I believe the way they're getting around that is the intention is that you will be able to directly you will be able to use that as an engine and directly publish to Steam in its full implementation. I don't believe they've put that in yet, though. As far as I can tell, I think that is the first non-Valve game that's using Source 2. Anyway, but yeah, that to me, like, Roblox is such a good idea that if you like think of gaming, and if you say it's like, what is some of the biggest things in gaming, very often you will not think of Roblox. And yet if you take any meaningful measure, player count, revenue, any of these things, Roblox is like, it's slightly preposterous at how underrated it is compared to its actual impact in gaming. Fortnite, I think you can even make this claim as well, although I think Fortnite, maybe people understand a bit more of it as like a cultural phenomenon, and I think people understand that there's sort of a build your game component inside of that as well. I know what was it, Everywhere was going to try that, but I think Mind's Eye wasn't all that successful, so I don't know if they're trying to salvage that. There's another example I had of this. Oh yeah, the last one for me, and this one's such a hard one to get a read on. It's changed a little bit because I believe these are now on Epic and probably Game Pass. But Riot, right? And Riot's an interesting case. It's also one of the earlier cases of these, but Riot's really interesting for the simple reason that, a little bit like Minecraft, but maybe with more of a specific strategy, they really seemed to have gotten the idea of distribution and why that was so important for being a successful game business. And I note this is different from a successful game developer, right? So game developer, again, hopefully you make more money than you spend so you can keep doing that. But, I think one way of thinking along the developer line is, I know a lot of the ones I talk to are very concerned about making a very high quality product. And that's not always consistent with making a very good business. The business does actually concern itself with how are you keeping the lights on? How are you increasing cash flow? How are you growing? And very often distribution's a big part of that, right? I mean, there is a reason why Valve puts so much into Steam, and why they do the hat economy and things like that. It's not to say they can't make games. They obviously can and still make very good ones. But the thing that keeps the lights on there is not necessarily making another Half-Life. It's not just having, but continuing to maintain and improve that the platform, connecting gamers with the games. So the thing that's interesting to me about Riot is, they took what at the time was something that was really only present in Asia, this sort of more free-to-play model. And it's not just that they took that idea and implemented it, but they had a really clear idea in terms of how you would introduce this type of game, how you'd introduce this whole new model, which is not necessarily something, right? This is still where people are thinking, even if they're getting it on a digital distribution platform, they're still thinking of a game as that thing that you get in a box in a store. And instead, they are introducing this purely digital, and, it's free, but you pay for these like incremental bits type of game. And they did so through a really popular mod, right? And one that, if I recall correctly, Warcraft 3 wasn't necessarily available for sale anymore. You had to like get a used copy or that. And so being able to adapt that mod and improve it, right? There's a wonderful talk by Soren Johnson about knowing your inheritance for a game and understanding why some of the things that feel like they're necessities aren't. But they improved on the model. They got rid of a lot of the things that were really just a function of playing the game in the Warcraft 3 engine. And I don't play a lot of League, but I do feel that they basically made it better. I did play more Dota 2, so I definitely was more familiar with the Warcraft 3 implementation of the MOBA, but I can appreciate what League did. But the thing is that, right, they achieved that level of success with a really clear plan, right? A really clear idea of how they will introduce this style of gaming to a broader Western audience. And the consequence was that they have a phenomenally successful game, of course, now series of games, and they did not need to pay the tax, right? They don't need to give Valve a certain amount of their revenue for the permission to connect to their players. There may be some sort of arrangement with, Epic and Game Pass. I'm assuming that they're not necessary. Well, it's tricky, right? Because if it's League, maybe that is the way that people, people get introduced to the storefronts. But I don't know. Are you really going to download like the Game Pass launcher or the Epic Store so you can play League? Like, presumably you're doing that so you can, if anything, you're downloading the League launcher. I don't know though, right? Like, I don't play it, so. But anyways, it's an interesting case study in my opinion, and it's a little bit like Roblox in the sense that I will never see a representation of a Riot game sorry, that's not true. I think there's one. But like, the Riot stuff doesn't necessarily show up on Steam for me, so I'm not considering it. And yet it's not just that it's a large part of gaming. It is gaming to people, and that effectively the competition is not like, oh no, From Software is coming out with a sequel to Bloodborne. It's, oh no, Netflix has got a very bingeable series. I hope these players come back after the bingeable series. So again, different from my daily experience of gaming, and yet I know that there is a meaningful number of gamers, maybe even more than gamers like me, who see gaming in that light, not necessarily the way that I think about it. So I don't know. I tend to find these things useful little heuristics to work with. So anyways, back to the main point here, playing John Wick Hex and being a bit surprised by the fact that someone didn't know what what John Wick was. And so I wound up I was like, okay, well, here we go. This is what this game is trying to capture here, and I show the shootout at the Red Circle. It's a pretty good one. And I remember really distinctly someone in the chat was like, "Oh man, this movie looks awesome," and I was like, "I'm astonished that you don't know what John Wick is." So that was, I don't know, I really like that moment from stream. So anyways, ever since that, I mean, it's been years since I played John Wick Hex. I'm pretty sure that was like one of the first things I bought on the Epic Store, so it's been a few years now. But Hades was one of the other ones too. I don't know how many people realized that Hades was an Epic exclusive for its early access period. So I remember having a really good stream of Hades once, actually, prior to its release on Steam, and I totally dropped the ball on riding that wave because I really liked it, and it was like everybody discovered it for the first time when it had its full launch. That was really interesting. But yeah, so the consequences of clicking on one John Wick clip is that I'll see lots more of them, and they're good, right? So of course I'm going to watch them. But one of the reasons I come to you so belatedly, in addition to just not feeling great, and then also feeling a certain level of paralysis when it comes to a game to pick. And again, that's definitely going to be a reflection of the stress that's going to be, like there's some days where you can't bring me down. I'll play any game in my library with a smile on my face. And there'll be ones where I'm like, oh, I can't do strategy because I'm going to get a backseater, and I can't do like a funny game because I just don't feel up to it, and I'm tired, and and I don't want to cancel stream because there's always going to be another excuse to cancel stream, but it's hard to pick. So it's like, okay, I obviously need to get in a better frame of mind. I don't want to be a sad sack for the stream. So it's like, yeah, I'll kill my brain with some YouTube. And then it's like I see a John Wick clip, and I'm like, well, this clip's only a couple minutes long. Like, I want to see the whole scene. I've got John Wick in my Apple TV library, so go and open it up. 2 hours later, I'm seeing him rescue a much more butch dog than Daisy, the puppy, at the beginning, and I have now seen the entirety of the first John Wick film when I intended to just watch an early clip from it, and I'm still no closer to streaming. So sorry for taking so long. And because I think at this point I hit a realization that it's like, you know what, nothing's gonna make this feel better, right? Like, it's just, I'm gonna be in a certain frame of mind. Maybe it will change while streaming. That has definitely happened before. But rather than trying to force a given game, there's actually one specific story I was planning on reading anyway, which may have some relevance to this topic. But I figured what I would do here is hop into Just Chatting. Didn't intend to spend about 40 minutes effectively vlogging, but the intention here is definitely to give people a chance to come into the stream, read some stuff, maybe talk about it. And if I run out, I do have a book on writing, which might be interesting to read in relation to these other works, or maybe we can read some other works, or maybe I'll feel like playing a game. We'll see where it takes us. So we are going to start with Herman Melville. Bartleby the Scrivener. Now, actually, I had a weird experience in December. Got to meet with somebody, just like somebody does a similar job to me in like, not the same organization, but like, it's like not rivals. Like, we're in this, we know each other, the same industry, have interacted in like other contexts, but have never actually met each other. And this is our first chance to like actually sit down and just like have a drink and chat. And it's so funny. I've got some weird stuff in my background that winds up being really good as an icebreaker, it turns out. And I never know what it is until I actually start talking with someone. But it was actually one of the first times that somebody said, I am quote unquote obviously well read. I'm like, really? There's so many things I haven't read that I want to read. Almost embarrassing, in fact. Did you know that I have not read The Man Who Was Thursday? I want to read it. I haven't read it yet. Stranger in a Strange Land? Haven't read it. Want to read it. I don't believe I've ever read anything by Seneca. Right? Want to read it. Should read it. Haven't read it. I could do this for a few of these things, but I think you get the idea, right? And I've somewhat come to terms with the fact that if I stopped everything, if I basically dedicated myself to a monk-like existence and lived out the rest of my days reading as much as I possibly could, I would almost certainly not read all of the books that I want to. And that's just, I'm going to have to reconcile myself with that and probably be a bit more careful in terms of picking the things that I want to read. But a couple reasons why I want to read this. One, Herman Melville is a very good writer. Hot takes here on the System Shock channel. Two, I quite like The Economist. I realize it's a very stereotypical kind of pick, but I actually think it's, reasonably well written. I like their style guide. They actually, one thing I could stand to learn from them is brevity. They do long form stuff, especially in the 1843 publication, but I think in general they do a good job of writing an engaging article with that doesn't overstay its welcome, let's say. In fact, I'd argue a couple of them I wish I could be reading more. But what I keep forgetting is that there are some real firecrackers that they have for articles. Like sometimes there's some very funny ones that they'll write. There was one called The Search for Final Approval, and anybody who's had to push a publication or a survey or something like that through a bureaucracy will be maybe not in stitches, but I'm almost certain it will provoke a laugh out loud. So there is a business column that the Economist has, and it is actually quite funny in some cases, alongside being a proper column, just like the rest of the Economist. That, by the way, that's not the only one that does. So Babbage is their science one. I think Charlemagne is their Europe desk. I believe Lexington is the name of the US section. But yeah, anyway, I think you get the idea, right? There's going to be they've got names for the columns, and the publication somewhat notoriously doesn't have bylines. Somebody's actually argued that it's to hide the fact that they have these fresh out of university people, these youngsters, these youths, writing a seemingly serious publication on something that they clearly do not know that well. I think that's a little unfair. And I think that's also a little harder to, I personally actually feel that is a little harder to assert when they have so many video products now. So I've actually not been keeping on top of the Insider, but Zanny Minton Beddoes is clearly a solid interviewer, an experienced and serious individual. The panelists that they bring on are well thought. Shashank Joshi, actually, he's quite a good tweeter. There was what was it? It was a French aircraft carrier. It's another one of I can never remember the name of the product, but these ideas of positions being broadcast because people are doing their Fitbits or things like that, and you can see where they're running. So apparently this aircraft carrier was revealed by someone doing their morning run in the Strava. Thank you. Their morning run on this aircraft carrier. So I'm trying to, Shashank Josh, I'm trying to remember exactly what he said, but it's like, um, that's like I think is it Rumi? Say dance like nobody's watching. Why can I not remember the whole? Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta look this up again. I can't believe I can't remember this quote now. I'm pretty sure Iggy Azalea did not originate. Uh, why can I not remember this quote anymore? Anyways, so dance like nobody's watching. There's like someone in the middle, and then run like you're broadcasting your carrier group to the whole world or something like that. It's so much funnier when you actually know the damn quote. And I'm so embarrassed I don't remember this really well known quote. Anyways, I've killed it. I'm sorry, but anyways, all I can say is that like it's kind of cute to poke the Economist for the lack of bylines for that reason, but I feel that the shape the publication has taken and how many of its authors are sort of revealed and visible on on its various products probably makes it a little less convincing. Also, too, right? Like the whole point of like an argument or a piece of writing, right? You don't necessarily like you kind of consider the source in some cases, right? Like I'm not fully expecting, a homeless person to like give me good financial advice. Maybe they were a former financial advisor and they do actually know the principles very well, but on odds, probably not the one you'd want. Somebody you should give money to, but not for professional services. But in general, right? Like you want to be evaluating the piece of writing, and that I don't know if it's somebody fresh out of university and it happens to be a very well argued point. I'm not entirely sure the fact they're fresh out of university disqualifies them from having that point. So. But anyways, so today is the day I read Bartleby the Scrivener. It's because it's the name of a column in in The Economist, and today is the day I actually finally sit down and read it. And as you can see in the top here, we've got a couple of other products to read if the mood takes us. But Bartleby is somewhat long, so we'll see where it goes. Bartleby. I am a rather elderly man. The nature of my avocations for the last 30 years has brought me into more than ordinary contact with what would seem an interesting and somewhat singular set of men, of whom, as yet, nothing, that I know of, has ever been written. I mean the law copyists or scriveners. I have known very many of them, professionally and privately, and, if I pleased, could relate diverse histories, at which good-natured gentlemen might smile, and sentimental souls might weep. But I waive the biographies of all other scriveners for a few passages in the life of Bartleby, who was a scrivener, the strangest I ever saw or heard of. While of other law copyists I might write the complete life, of Bartleby nothing of that sort can be done. I believe that no materials exist for a full and satisfactory biography of this man. It is an irreparable loss to literature. Bartleby was one of those beings of whom nothing is ascertainable except from the original sources, and, in his case, those are very small. What my own astonished eyes saw of Bartleby, that is all I know of him, except indeed one vague report, which will appear in the sequel. Ere introducing the scrivener, as he first appeared to me, it is fit I make some mention of myself, my employees, my business, my chambers, and general surroundings, because some such description is indispensable to an adequate understanding of the chief character about to be presented. Imprimis, I am a man who, for his youth upwards, has been filled with a profound conviction that the easiest way of life is the best. Hence, though I belong to a profession proverbially energetic and nervous, even to turbulence at times, yet nothing of that sort have I ever suffered to invade my peace. I am one of those unambitious lawyers who never addresses a jury or in any way draws down public applause, but, in the cool tranquillity of a snug retreat, do a snug business among rich men's bonds and mortgages and title deeds. All who knew me consider me an eminently safe man. The late John Jacob Astor, a personage little given to poetic enthusiasm, had no hesitation in pronouncing my first grand point to be prudence, my next method. I do not speak it in vanity, but simply record the fact that I was not unemployed in my profession by the late John Jacob Astor, a name which, I admit, I love to repeat, for it hath a rounded and orbicular sound to it, and rings like unto bullion. I will freely add that I was not insensible to the late John Jacob Astor's good opinion. Some time prior to the period at which this little history begins, my avocations had been largely increased. The good old office, now extinct in the state of New York, of a master in chancery, had been conferred upon me. It was not a very arduous office, but very pleasantly remunerative. I seldom lose my temper, much more seldom indulge in dangerous indignation at wrongs and outrages, but I must be permitted to be rash here, and declare that I consider the sudden and violent abrogation of the office of Master in Chancery by the new Constitution as a premature act, inasmuch as I had counted upon a life lease of the profits, whereas I only received those of a few short years. But this is by the way. My chambers were upstairs at No. Wall Street. At one end they looked upon the white wall of the interior of a spacious skylight shaft, penetrating the building from top to bottom. This view might have been considered rather tame than otherwise, deficient in what landscape painters call life, but, if so, the view from the other end of my chambers offered at least a contrast, if nothing more. In that direction my windows commanded an unobstructed view of a lofty brick wall, black by age and everlasting shade, which wall required no spyglass to bring out its lurking beauties, but, for the benefit of all nearsighted spectators, was pushed up to within 10 feet of my window panes. Owing to the great height of the surrounding buildings, and my chambers being on the second floor, the interval between this wall and mine not a little resembled a huge square cistern. At the period just preceding the advent of Bartleby, I had 2 persons as copyists in my employment, and a promising lad as an office boy. First, Turkey. Second, Nippers. Third, Gingernut. These may seem names, the like of which are not usually found in the directory. In truth, they were nicknames, mutually conferred upon each other by my 3 clerks, and were deemed expressive of their respective persons or characters. Turkey was a short, pursy Englishman, of about my own age, that is, somewhere not far from 60. In the morning, one might say, his face was of a fine florid hue, but after 12 o'clock, meridian, his dinner hour, it blazed like a grate full of Christmas coals, and continued blazing, but, as it were, with a gradual wane, till 6 o'clock p.m., or thereabouts, after which I saw no more of the proprietor of that face, which, gaining its meridian with the sun, seemed to set with it, to rise, culminate, and decline the following day with the like regularity and undiminished glory. There are many singular coincidences that I have known in the course of my life, not least among which was the fact that, exactly when Turkey displayed his fullest beams from his red and radiant countenance, just then, too, at the critical moment, began the day period when I considered his business capacities as seriously disturbed for the remainder of the 24 hours. Not that he was absolutely idle or averse to business, then, far from it. The difficulty was he was apt to be altogether too energetic. There was a strange, inflamed, flurried, flighty recklessness of activity about him. He would be incautious in dipping his pen into his inkstand. All his blots upon my documents were dropped there after 12 o'clock meridian. Indeed, not only would he be reckless and sadly given to making blots in the afternoon, but some days he went further and was rather noisy. At such times, too, his face flamed with augmented blazonry, as if a cannel coal had been heaped upon anthracite. He made an unpleasant racket with his chair, spilled his sandbox, in mending his pens, impatiently split them all to pieces, and then threw them on the floor in a sudden passion, stood up and leaned over his table, boxing his paper about in a most indecorous manner, very sad to behold in an elderly man like him. Nevertheless, he was in many ways a most valuable person to me, and all the time before 12 o'clock meridian was the quickest, steadiest creature, too, accomplishing a great deal of work in a style not easily to be matched, for 3 reasons. I was willing to overlook his eccentricities, though indeed occasionally I remonstrated with him. I did this very gently, however, because though the civilest, nay, the blandest and most reverential of men in the morning, yet in the afternoon he was disposed, upon provocation, to be slightly rash with his tongue, in fact insolent. Now, valuing his morning services as I did, and resolved not to lose them, yet at the same time made uncomfortable by his inflamed ways after 12 o'clock, and being a man of peace, unwilling by my admonitions to call forth unseemly resorts from him, I took upon me one Saturday noon, he was always worse on Saturdays, to hint to him very kindly that, perhaps, now that he was growing old, it might be well to abridge his labours. In short, he need not come to my chambers after 12 o'clock, but, dinner over, had best go home to his lodgings and rest himself till tea-time. But no, he insisted upon his afternoon devotions. His countenance became intolerably fervid, as he oratorically assured me, gesticulating with a long ruler at the other end of the room, that if his services in the morning were useful, how indispensable then in the afternoon. "With submission, sir," said Turkey on this occasion, "I consider myself your right-hand man. In the morning I but marshal and deploy my columns, but in the afternoon I put myself at their head and gallantly charge the foe thus," and he made a violent thrust with the ruler. "But the plots, Turkey," intimated I. "True, but with submission, sir, behold these hairs. I am getting old. Surely, sir, a blot or two of a warm afternoon is not to be severely urged against gray hairs. Old age, even if it blot the page, is honorable. With submission, sir, we both are getting old." This appeal to my fellow feeling was hardly to be resisted. At all events, I saw that go he would not, so I made up my mind to let him stay, resolving nevertheless to see to it that during the afternoon he had to do with my less important papers. Nippers, the second on my list, was a whiskered, sallow, and, upon the whole, rather piratical-looking young man, of about 25. I always deemed him the victim of 2 evil powers, ambition and indigestion. The ambition was evinced by a certain impatience of the duties of a mere copyist, an unwarrantable usurpation of strictly professional affairs, such as the original drawing up of legal documents. The indigestion seemed betokened in an occasional nervous testiness and grinning irritability, causing the teeth to audibly grind together over mistakes committed in copying. Unnecessary maledictions, hissed rather than spoken in the heat of business, and especially by a continual discontent with the height of the table where he worked. Though of a very ingenious mechanical turn, Nippers could never get this table to suit him. He put chips under it, blocks of various sorts, bits of pasteboard, and at last went so far as to attempt an exquisite adjustment by final pieces of folded blotting paper. But no invention would answer. If, for the sake of easing his back, he brought the table lid at a sharp angle well up towards his chin and wrote, there like a man using a steep roof of a Dutch house for his desk, then he declared that it stopped the circulation in his arms. If he lowered the table to his waistbands and stooped over it in writing, then there was a sore aching in his back. In short, the truth of the matter was, Nippers knew not what he wanted, or if he wanted anything, it was to be rid of a scrivener's table altogether. Among the manifestations of his diseased ambition was a fondness he had for receiving visits from certain ambiguous-looking fellows in seedy coats, whom he called his clients. Indeed, I was aware that not only was he, at times, considerable of a ward politician, but he occasionally did a little business at the justices' courts, and was not unknown on the steps of the tombs. I have good reason to believe, however, that one individual who called upon him at my chambers, and who, with a grand air, he insisted was his client, was no other than a dun, and the alleged title deed a bill. But, with all his failings and the annoyances he caused me, Nippers, like his little compatriot Turkey, was a very useful man to me, wrote in a neat, swift hand, and when he chose was not deficient in a gentlemanly sort of deportment. Added to this, he always dressed in a gentlemanly sort of way, and so, incidentally, reflected credit upon my chambers. Whereas with respect to Turkey, I had much ado to keep him from being a reproach to me. His clothes were apt to look oily and smell of eating-houses. He wore his pantaloons very loose and baggy in the summer. His coats were execrable, his hat not to be handled. But while the hat thing was of indifference to me, inasmuch as his natural civility and deference as a dependent Englishman always led him to doff it at the moment he entered the room, yet his coat was another matter. Concerning his coats I reasoned with him, but to no effect. The truth was, I suppose, that a man with so small an income could not afford to sport such a lustrous face and lustrous coat at one and the same time. As Nippers once observed, Turkey's money went chiefly for red ink. One winter day I presented Turkey with a highly respectable-looking coat of my own, a padded grey coat of a most comfortable warmth, and which buttoned straight up from the knee to the neck. I thought Turkey would appreciate the favor and debate his rashness and obstreperousness of afternoons. But no, I verily believe that buttoning himself up in so downy and blanket-like a coat had a pernicious effect upon him, upon the same principle that too much oats are bad for horses. In fact, precisely as a rash, restive horse is said to feel his oats, so Turkey felt his coat. It made him insolent. He was a man whom prosperity harmed. Though concerning the self-indulgent habits of Turkey, I had my own private surmises yet touching Nippers. I was well persuaded that, whatever might be his faults in other respects, he was at least a temperate young man. But indeed, nature herself seemed to have been his vintner, and, as at his birth, charged him so thoroughly with an irritable brandy-like disposition that all subsequent potations were needless. When I consider how, amid the stillness of my chambers, Nippers would sometimes impatiently rise from his seat and, stooping over his table, spread his arms wide apart, seize the whole desk, and move it and jerk it with a grim grinding motion on the floor, as if the table were a perverse voluntary agent intent on thwarting and vexing him, I plainly perceived that, for Nippers, brandy and water were altogether superfluous. It was fortunate for me that, owing to its peculiar cause, indigestion, the irritability and consequent nervousness of Nippers were mainly observable in the morning, while in the afternoon he was comparatively mild. So that, Turkey's paroxysms only coming on about 12 o'clock, I never had to do with their eccentricities at one time. Their fits relieved each other, like guards. When Nippers was on, Turkey's was off, and vice versa. This was a good natural arrangement under the circumstances. Gingernut, the third on my list, was a lad, some 12 years old. His father was a carman, ambitious of seeing his son on the bench instead of at a cart before he died. So he sent him to my office as a student of law, errand boy, cleaner and sweeper, at the rate of $1 a week. He had a little desk to himself, but he did not use it much. Upon inspection, the drawer exhibited a great array of the shells of various sorts of nuts. Indeed, to this quick-witted youth, the whole noble science of the law was contained in a nutshell. Not the least among the employments of Gingernut, as well as one which he discharged with the most alacrity, was his duty as cake and apple purveyor for Turkey and Nippers. Copying law papers being proverbially a dry, husky sort of business, My two scriveners were fain to moisten their mouths every so often with Spitzenbergs, to be had at the numerous stalls nigh to the custom house and post office. Also, they sent Ginger Nut very frequently for that peculiar cake, small, flat, round, and very spicy, after which he had been named by them. Of a cold morning, when business was but dull, Turkey would gobble up scores of these cakes, as if they were mere wafers. Indeed, they sell them at the rate of 6 or 8 for a penny, the scrape of his pen blending with the crunching of the crisp particles in his mouth. Of all the fiery afternoon blunders and flurried rashness of Turkey was his once moistening a ginger cake between his lips, then clapping it on to a mortgage for the seal. I came within an ace of dismissing him then, but he mollified me by making an oriental bow and saying, "With submission, sir, it was generous of me to find you in stationery on my own account." Now my original business, that of a conveyancer and title hunter and drawer up of recondite documents of all sorts, was considerably increased by receiving the master's office. There was now great work for scriveners. Not only must I push the clerks already with me, but I must have additional help. In answer to my advertisement, a motionless young man one morning stood upon my office threshold, the door being open, for it was summer. I can see that figure now, pallidly neat, pitiably respectable, incurably forlorn. It was Bartleby. After a few words touching his qualifications, I engaged him, glad to have him among my corps of copyists of a man so singularly sedate an aspect, which I thought might operate beneficially upon the flighty temper of Turkey and the fiery one of Nippers. I should have stated before that ground-glass folding doors divided my premises into 2 parts, one of which was occupied by my scriveners, the other by myself. According to my humor, I threw open these doors or closed them. I resolved to assign Bartleby a corner by the folding doors, but on my side of them, so as to have this quiet man within easy call, in case any trifling thing was to be done. I placed his desk close up to a small side window in that part of the room, a window which originally had afforded a lateral view of certain grimy backyards and bricks, but which, owing to subsequent erections, commanded at present no view at all, though it gave some light. Within 3 feet of the panes was a wall, and the light came down from far above, between 2 lofty buildings, as from a very small opening in a dome. Still further to a satisfactory arrangement, I procured a high green folding screen, which might entirely isolate Bartleby from my sight, though not remove him from my voice, and thus, in a manner, privacy and society were conjoined. At first, Bartleby did an extraordinary quantity of writing. As if long famishing for something to copy, he seemed to gorge himself on my documents. There was no pause for digestion. He ran a day and night line, copying by sunlight and by candlelight. I should have been quite delighted with his application had he been cheerfully industrious. But he wrote on silently, palely, mechanically. It is, of course, an indispensable part of a scrivener's business to verify the accuracy of his copy word by word. Where there are 2 or more scriveners in an office, they assist each other in this examination, one reading from the copy, the other holding the original. It is a very dull, wearisome, and lethargic affair. I can readily imagine that for some sanguine temperaments it would be altogether intolerable. For example, I cannot credit that the meddlesome poet Byron would have contentedly sat down with Bartleby to examine a law document of, say, 500 pages, closely written in a crimpy hand. Now and then, in the haste of business, it had been my habit to assist in comparing some brief document myself, calling Turkey or Nippers for this purpose. One object I had in placing Bartleby so handy to me behind the screen was to avail myself of his services on such trivial occasions. It was on the 3rd day, I think, of his being with me, and before any necessity had arisen for having his own writing examined, that being much hurried to complete a small affair I had in hand, I abruptly called to Bartleby. In my haste and natural expectancy of instant compliance, I sat with my head bent over the original at my desk, and my right hand sideways, and somewhat nervously extended with the copy, so that, immediately upon emerging from his retreat, Bartleby might snatch it and proceed to business without the least delay. In this very attitude did I sit when I called to him, rapidly stating what it was I wanted him to do, namely to examine a small paper with me. Imagine my surprise, nay, my consternation, when without moving from his privacy, Bartleby, in a singularly mild, firm voice, replied, "I would prefer not to." I sat a while in perfect silence, rallying my stunned faculties. Immediately it occurred to me that my ears had deceived me, or Bartleby had entirely misunderstood my meaning. I repeated my request in the clearest tone I could assume, but in quite a clear a one came back the previous reply. "I would prefer not to." "Prefer not to?" echoed I, rising in high excitement and crossing the room with a stride. "What do you mean? Are you moonstruck? I want you to help me compare this sheet here. Take it," and I thrust it toward him. "I would prefer not to," said he. I looked at him steadfastly. His face was leanly composed, his gray eye dimly calm. Not a wrinkle of agitation rippled him. Had there been the least uneasiness, anger, impatience, or impertinence in his manner, in other words, had there been anything ordinarily human about him, doubtless I should have violently dismissed him from the premises. But as it was, I should have soon thought of turning my pale plaster of Paris bust of Cicero out of doors. I stood gazing at him a while, as he went on with his own writing, and then reseated myself at my desk. This is very strange, thought I. What had one best do? But my business hurried me. I concluded to forget the matter for the present, reserving it for my future leisure. So calling Nippers from the other room, the paper was speedily examined. A few days after this, Bartleby concluded 4 lengthy documents, being quadruplicates of a week's testimony taken before me in my High Court of Chancery. It became necessary to examine them. It was an important suit, and great accuracy was imperative. Having all things arranged, I called Turkey, Nippers, and Ginger Nut from the next room, meaning to place the 4 copies in the hands of my 4 clerks, while I should read from the original. Accordingly, Turkey, Nippers, and Ginger Nut had all taken their seats in a row, each with his document in hand, when I called to Bartleby to join this interesting group. "Bartleby, quick! I'm waiting." I heard a slow scrape of his chair legs on the uncarpeted floor, and soon he appeared standing at the entrance of his hermitage. "What is wanted?" he said mildly. The copies, said I hurriedly. "We are going to examine them. There," and I held towards him the 4th quadruplicate. "I would prefer not to," he said, and gently disappeared behind the screen. For a few moments I was turned into a pillar of salt, standing at the head of my seated column of clerks. Recovering myself, I advanced towards the screen and demanded the reason for such extraordinary conduct. "Why do you refuse?" "I would prefer not to." With any other man, I would have flown outright into dreadful passions, scorned all further words, and thrust him ignominiously from my presence. But there was something about Bartleby that not only strangely disarmed me, but in a wonderful manner touched and disconcerted me. I began to reason with him. "These are your own copies we are about to examine. It is labor-saving to you, because one examination will answer for your 4 papers. It is so common usage. Every copyist is bound to help examine his copy. Is it not so? Will you not speak? Answer." "I prefer not to," he replied in a flute-like tone. It seemed to me, while I had been addressing him, he carefully resolved every statement that I made, fully comprehended the meaning, could not gainsay the irresistible conclusion, but at the same time some paramount consideration prevailed with him to reply as he did. You were decided then not to comply with my request, a request made according to common usage and common sense. He briefly gave me to understand that on that point my judgment was sound. Yes, his decision was irreversible. It is not seldom the case that when a man is browbeaten in some unprecedented and violently unreasonable way, he begins to stagger in his own plainest faith. He begins, as it were, vaguely to surmise that, wonderful as it may be, all the justice and all the reason is on the other side. Accordingly, if any disinterested persons are present, he turns to them for some reinforcement for his own faltering mind. "Turkey," said I, "what do you think of this? Am I not right?" "With submission, sir," said Turkey in his blanded tone, "I think that you are." Nippers, said I, what do you think of it? I think I should kick him out of the office. The reader of Nice Perceptions will here perceive that, it being morning, Turkey's answer is couched in polite and tranquil terms, but Nipper's replies are in ill-tempered ones. Or, to repeat the previous sentence, Nipper's ugly mood was on duty and Turkey's off. Gingernut, said I, willing to enlist the smallest suffrage in my behalf, what do you think of it? I think, sir, he's a little loony, replied Gingernut with a grin. You hear what they say, said I, turning towards the screen. Come forth and do your duty. But he vouchsafed no reply. I pondered a moment in sore perplexity, but once more business hurried me. I determined again to postpone the consideration of this dilemma to my future leisure. With a little trouble we made out to examine the papers without Bartleby, though at every page or two Turkey deferentially dropped his opinion that this proceeding was quite out of the common, while Nippers, twitching in his chair with a dyspeptic nervousness, ground out, between his set teeth, occasional hissing maledictions against the stubborn oaf behind the screen. And for his, Nippers' part, this was the first and last time he would do another man's business without pay. Meanwhile, Bartleby sat in his hermitage, oblivious to everything but his own peculiar business there. Some days passed, the scrivener being employed upon another lengthy work. His late remarkable conduct led me to regard his ways narrowly. I observed that he never went to dinner. Indeed, that he never went anywhere. As yet I had never, of my personal knowledge, known him to be outside my office. It was a perpetual sentry in the corner. At about 11 o'clock, though, in the morning, I noticed that Gingernut would advance towards the opening in Bartleby's screen, as if silently beckoned thither by a gesture invisible to me where I sat. The boy would then leave the office, jingling a few pence, and reappear with a handful of gingernuts, which he delivered in the hermitage, receiving 2 of the cakes for his trouble. He lives on, then, gingernuts, thought I. Never eats dinner, properly speaking. He must be a vegetarian, then. But no, he never eats even vegetables. He eats nothing but gingernuts. My man then ran on in reveries concerning the probable effects upon the human constitution of a living entirely on gingernuts. Gingernuts are so called because they contain ginger as one of their peculiar constituents, and the final flavoring one. Now, what was ginger? A hot, spicy thing. Was Bartleby hot and spicy? Not at all. Ginger, then, had no effect upon Bartleby. Probably he preferred it should have none. Nothing so aggravates an earnest person as a passive resistance. If the individual so resisted be of not an inhumane temper, and the resisting one perfectly harmless in his passivity, then, in the better moods of the former, he will endeavor charitably to construe to his imagination what proves impossible to be solved by his judgment. Even so, for the most part, I regarded Bartleby and his ways. Poor fellow, thought I, he means no mischief. It is plain he intends no insolence. His aspect sufficiently evinces that his eccentricities are involuntary. He is useful to me, if I can get along with him. If I turn him away, the chances are he will fall in with some less indulgent employer, and then he will be rudely treated, and perhaps driven forth miserably to starve. Yes, here I can cheaply purchase a delicious self-approval. To befriend Bartleby, to humor him in his strange wilfulness, will cost me little or nothing, while I lay up my soul in what will eventually prove a sweet morsel for my conscience. But this mood was not invariable with me. The passiveness of Bartleby sometimes irritated me. I strangely goaded on to encounter him in new opposition, to elicit some angry spark from him answerable to my own. But, indeed, I might as well have essayed to strike fire with my knuckles against a bit of Windsor soap. But one afternoon the evil impulse in me mastered me, and the following little scene ensued. "Bartleby," said I, "when all those papers are copied, I will compare them with you." "I would prefer not to." "How? Surely you do not mean to persist in that mulish vagary?" No answer. I threw open the folding doors nearby, and turning upon Turkey and Nippers, explained, "Bartleby a second time says he won't examine his papers. What do you think of it, Turkey?" It was afternoon, be it remembered. Turkey sat glowing like a brass boiler, his bald head steaming, his hands reeling among his blotted papers. Think of it, roared Turkey. I think I'll just step behind his screen and black his eyes for him. So saying, Turkey rose to his feet and threw his arm into a pugilistic position. He was hurrying away to make good his promise when I detained him, alarmed at the effect of incautiously rousing Turkey's combativeness after dinner. Sit down, Turkey, said I, and hear what Nippers has to say. What do you think of it, Nippers? Would I not be justified in immediately dismissing Bartleby? Excuse me, but that is for you to decide, sir. I think his conduct is quite unusual, and indeed unjust as regards Turkey and myself, but it may only be a passing whim. Ah, exclaimed I, you have strangely changed your mind, then. You speak very gently of him now. All beer, cried Turkey. Gentleness is effects of beer. Nippers and I dined together today. You see how gentle I am, sir. Shall I go black his eyes? You refer to Bartleby, I suppose. No, not today, Turkey, I replied. Pray put up your fists. I closed the doors and again advanced towards Bartleby. I felt additional incentives tempting me to my fate. I burned to be rebelled against again. I remembered that Bartleby never left the office. Bartleby, said I, Gingernut is away. Just step around to the post office, won't you? It was but a 3 minutes' walk, and see if there's anything for me. I'd prefer not to. You will not? I prefer not. I staggered to my desk and sat there in deep study. My blind inveteracy returned. Was there any other thing which I could procure myself to be ignominiously repulsed by this lean, penniless wight, my hired clerk? What added thing is there perfectly reasonable that he will be sure to refuse to do? Bartleby? No answer. Bartleby! In a louder tone. No answer. Bartleby! I roared. Like a very ghost, agreeably to the laws of magical invocation, at the third summons he appeared at the entrance of his hermitage. Go to the next room and tell Nippers to come to me. I prefer not to, he said respectfully, and slowly said, mildly disappeared. Very good, Bartleby, said I, in a quiet sort of serenely severe, self-possessed tone, imitating the unalterable purpose of some terrible retribution very close at hand. At the moment I half intended something of the kind, but upon the whole it was drawing towards my dinner hour. I thought it best to put on my hat and walk home for the day, suffering much from perplexity and distress of mind. Shall I acknowledge it? The conclusion of this whole business was that it soon became a fixed fact of my chambers that a pale young scrivener by the name of Bartleby had a desk there, that he copied for me at the usual rate of 4 cents a folio, 100 words, but he was permanently exempt from examining the work done by him, that duty being transferred to Turkey and Nippers, out of compliment, doubtless, to their superior acuteness. Moreover, said Bartleby, was never on any account to be dispatched on the most trivial errand of any sort, and that, even if entreated to take upon him such a matter, it was generally understood that he would prefer not to. In other words, that he would refuse point blank. As days passed on, I became considerably reconciled to Bartleby. His steadiness, his freedom from all dissipation, his incessant industry, except when he chose to throw himself into a standing reverie behind his screen, his great stillness, his unalterableness of demeanor under all circumstances, made him a valuable acquisition. One prime thing was this: he was always there, first in the morning, continually through the day, and the last at night. I had a singular confidence in his honesty. I felt my most precious papers perfectly safe in his hands. Sometimes, to be sure, I could not, for the very soul of me, avoid falling into sudden spasmodic passions with him, for it was exceedingly difficult to bear in mind all the time those strange peculiarities, privileges, and unheard-of exemptions forming the tacit stipulations on Bartleby's part under which he remained in my office. Now and then, in the eagerness of dispatching pressing business, I would inadvertently summon Bartleby, in a short, rapid tone, to put his finger, say, on the incipient tie of a bit of red tape with which I was about compressing some papers. Of course, from behind the screen, the usual answer, "I prefer not to," was sure to come, and then, How could a human creature, with the common infirmities of our nature, refrain from bitterly exclaiming upon such perverseness, such unreasonableness? However, every added repulse of this sort which I received only tended to lessen the probability of my repeating the inadvertence. Here it must be said that according to the custom most legal gentlemen occupying chambers in densely populated law buildings, there were several keys to my door. One was kept by a woman residing in the attic, which person weekly scrubbed and daily swept and dusted my apartments. Another was kept by Turkey for convenience sake. The third I sometimes carried in my own pocket. The fourth I knew not who had. Now one Sunday morning I happened to go to Trinity Church to hear a celebrated preacher, and finding myself rather early on the ground, I thought I would walk round to my chambers for a while. Luckily I had my key with me, but upon applying it in the lock, I found it resisted by something inserted from the inside. Quite surprised, I called out, when to my consternation a key was turned from within, and thrusting his lean visage at me, and holding the door ajar, the apparition of Bartleby appeared, in his shirt-sleeves, and otherwise in a strangely tattered, déshabillé? Saying quietly that he was sorry, but he was deeply engaged just then, and preferred not admitting me at present. In a brief word or two, he moreover added that perhaps I'd better walk around the block 2 or 3 times, and by that time he would probably have concluded his affairs. Now, the utterly unsurmised appearance of Bartleby, tenanting my law chambers on a Sunday morning, with his cadaverously gentlemanly nonchalance, yet withal firm and self-possessed, had such a strange effect on me, that incontinently I slunk away from my own door and did as he desired, but not without sundry twinges of impotent rebellion against the mild effrontery of this unaccountable scrivener. Indeed, it was his wonderful mildness chiefly which not only disarmed me, but unmanned me, as it were. For I consider that one, for the time, is sort of unmanned when he tranquilly permits his hired clerk to dictate to him and order him away from his own premises. Furthermore, I was full of uneasiness as to what Bartleby could possibly be doing in my office in his shirt-sleeves, and in otherwise dismantled condition of a Sunday morning. Was anything amiss going on? Nay, that was out of the question. It was not to be thought of for a moment that Bartleby was an immoral person. But what could he be doing there? Copying? Nay, again, whatever might be his eccentricities, Bartleby was an eminently decorous person. He would be the last man to sit down at his desk in any state approaching to nudity. Besides, it was Sunday, and there was something about Bartleby that forbade the supposition that he would be by any secular occupation violate of the proprieties of the day. Nevertheless, my mind was not pacified, and, full of restless curiosity, at last I returned to the door. Without hindrance, I inserted my key, opened it, and entered. Bartleby was not to be seen. I looked around anxiously, peeped behind his screen, but it was very plain that he was gone. Upon more closely examining the place, I surmised that for an indefinite period Bartleby must have ate, dressed, and slept in my office, and that, too, without plate, mirror, or bed. The cushioned seat of a rickety old sofa in one corner bore the faint impress of a lean reclining form. Rolled away under his desk, I found a blanket, under the empty grate, a blacking box and a brush. On a chair, a tin basin with soap and a ragged towel. In a newspaper, a few crumbs of ginger nuts and a morsel of cheese. Yes, thought I, it is evident enough that Bartleby has been making his home here, keeping bachelor's hall by himself. Immediately then the thought came sweeping across me. What miserable friendlessness and loneliness here are revealed. His poverty is great, but his solitude, how horrible. Think of it. Of Sunday, Wall Street is deserted as Petra, and every night of every day it is an emptiness. This building, too, which of weekdays hums with industry and life, at nightfall echoes with sheer vacancy, and all through Sunday is forlorn. And here Bartleby makes his home, sole spectator of a solitude which he has seen all populous, a sort of innocent and transformed Marius brooding among the ruins of Carthage. For the first time in my life, a feeling of an overpowering stinging melancholy seized me. Before, I had never experienced aught but not an unpleasing sadness. The bond of a common humanity now drew me irresistibly to gloom, a fraternal melancholy. For both I and Bartleby were sons of Adam. I remembered the bright skills and sparkling faces I had seen that day in gala trim, swan-like, sailing down the Mississippi of Broadway, and I contrasted them with the pallid copyist, and thought to myself, happiness courts the light, so we deem the world is gay, but misery hides aloof, so we deem that misery there is none. These sad fancyings, chimeras doubtless of a sick and silly brain, led on to other and more special thoughts concerning the eccentricities of Bartleby. Presentiments of strange discoveries hovered round me. The scrivener's pale form appeared to me laid out among uncaring strangers in its shivering winding sheet. Suddenly I was attracted by Bartleby's closed desk, the key in open sight, left in the lock. I mean no mischief, seek the gratification of no heartless curiosity, thought I. Besides, the desk is mine, and its contents too, so I will make bold to look within. Everything was methodically arranged, the papers smoothly placed. The pigeonholes were deep, and removing the files of documents, I groped into their recesses. Presently I felt something there, and dragged it out. It was an old bandana handkerchief, heavy and knotted. I opened it, and saw it was a savings bank. I now recalled all the quiet mysteries which I had noted in the man. I remembered that he never spoke but to answer, that though at intervals he had considerable time to himself, yet I had never seen him reading, no, not even a newspaper, that for long rounds he would stand looking out at his pale window behind the screen upon the dead brick wall. I was quite sure he never visited any refectory or eating-house, while his pale face clearly indicated that he never drank beer like Turkey, or tea and coffee even, like other men, that he never went anywhere in particular that I could learn, never went out for a walk, unless, indeed, that was the case at present, that he had declined telling who he was, or whence he came, or whether he had any relatives in the world, that though so thin and pale, he never complained of ill health. And more than all, I remembered a certain unconscious air of pallid, how shall I call it? Of pallid haughtiness, say, or rather an austere reserve about him, which had positively awed me into my tame compliance with his eccentricities. When I had feared to ask him to do the slightest incidental thing for me, even though I might know from his long-continued motionlessness that behind his screen he must be standing in one of those dead-wall reveries of his. Resolving all these things, and coupling them with the recently discovered fact that he made my office his constant abiding place and home, and not forgetful of his morbid moodiness, resolving all these things, a prudential feeling began to steal over me. My first emotions had been those of pure melancholy and sincerest pity, but in just proportion as the forlornness of Bartleby grew and grew to my imagination, did the same melancholy merge into fear, that pity into repulsion. So true it is, and so terrible too, that up to a certain point the thought or sight of misery enlists our best affectations, but in certain special cases beyond that point it does not. They err who would assert that invariably this is owing to the inherent selfishness of the human heart. It rather proceeds from a certain hopelessness of remedying excessive and organic ill. To a sensitive being, pity is not seldom pain. And when at last it is perceived that such pity cannot lead to effectual succor, common sense bids the soul be rid of it. What I saw that morning persuaded me that the scrivener was the victim of innate and incurable disorder. I might give alms to his body, but his body did not pain him. It was his soul that suffered, and his soul I could not reach. I did not accomplish the purpose of going to Trinity Church that morning. Somehow the things I had seen disqualified me for the time from church-going. I walked homeward, thinking what I would do with Bartleby. Finally, I resolved upon this. I would put certain calm questions to him the next morning, touching his history, etc., and if he declined to answer them openly and unreservedly, I supposed he would prefer not, then to give him a $20 bill over and above what I might owe him, and tell him his services were no longer required. but that if any other way I could assist him, I would be happy to do so, especially if he desired to return to his native place, wherever that might be. I would willingly help defray his expenses. Moreover, if after reaching home he found himself at any time in want of aid, a letter from him would be sure of a reply. The next morning came. "Bartleby?" said I, gently calling him behind his screen. No reply. "Bartleby," said I, in a still gentler tone, "come here. I'm not going to ask you to do anything you would prefer not to do. I simply wish to speak to you." Upon this, he noiselessly slid into view. "Will you tell me, Bartleby, where you were born?" "I would prefer not to." "Will you tell me anything about yourself?" "I would prefer not to." "But what reasonable objection can you have to speak to me? I feel friendly towards you." He did not look at me while I spoke, but kept his glance fixed upon my bust of Cicero, which, as I then sat, was directly behind me, some 6 inches above my head. "What is your answer, Bartleby?" said I, after waiting a considerable time for a reply, during which his countenance remained immovable, only there was the faintest conceivable tremor of the white, attenuated mouth. "At present, I prefer to give no answer," he said, and retired into his hermitage. It was rather weak in me, I confess, but his manner on this occasion nettled me. Not only did there seem to lurk in it a certain calm disdain, but his perverseness seemed ungrateful, considering the undeniable good usage and indulgence he had received from me. Again I sat ruminating what I should do, mortified as I was at his behavior, and resolved as I had been to dismiss him when I entered my office. Nevertheless, I strangely felt something superstitious knocking at my heart, and forbidding me to carry out my purpose, and denouncing me for a villain if I dared to breathe one bitter word against this forlornest of mankind. At last, familiarity drawing my chair behind his screen, I sat down and said, "Bartleby, never mind then about revealing your history, but let me entreat you as a friend to comply as far as may be with the usages of this office. Say now, will you help to examine papers tomorrow or the next day? In short, say now that in a day or two you will begin to be a little reasonable. Say so, Bartleby." "At present I would prefer not to be a little reasonable," was his mildly cadaverous reply. Just then the folding doors opened, and Nippers approached. He seemed suffering from an unusually bad night's rest, induced by severer indigestion than common. He overheard those final words of Bartleby. "Prefer not, eh?" gritted Nippers. "I'd prefer him, if I were you, sir," addressing me. "I'd prefer him. I'd give him preferences, the stubborn mule. What is it, sir, pray, that he prefers not to do now?" Bartleby moved not a limb. "Mr. Nippers," said I'd prefer that you would withdraw for the present." Somehow of late I had gotten into the way of involuntarily using this word prefer upon all sorts of not exactly suitable occasions. I trembled to think that my contact with the scrivener had already and seriously affected me in a mental way. And what further and deeper aberration might it not yet produce? This apprehension had not been without efficacy in determining me to summary measures. As Nippers, looking very sour and sulky, was departing, Turkey blandly and deferentially approached. "With submission, sir," said he, "yesterday I was thinking about Bartleby here, and I think that if he would but prefer to take a quart of good ale every day, it would do much towards mending him and enabling him to assist in examining his papers." "So you have got the word too," said I, slightly excited. "With submission, what word, sir?" asked Turkey, respectfully crowding himself into the contracted space behind the screen, and by so doing making me jostle the scrivener. "What word, sir?" "I would prefer to be left alone here," said Bartleby, as if offended at being mobbed in his privacy. "That's the word, Turkey," I said. "That's it." "Oh, prefer? Oh, yes, queer word. Never use it myself. But, sir, as I was saying, if he would but prefer—" "Turkey," interrupted I, "you will please withdraw." "Oh, certainly, sir, if you prefer that I should." As he opened the folding door to retire, Nippers at his desk caught a glimpse of me and asked whether I would prefer to have a certain paper copied on blue paper or white. He did not in the least roguishly accent the word prefer. It was plain that it involuntarily rolled from his tongue. I thought to myself, surely I must get rid of a demented man who has already in some degree turned the tongues, if not the hands, of myself and clerks. But I thought it prudent not to break the dismission at once. The next day I noticed that Bartleby did nothing but stand at his window in his dead-wall reverie. Upon asking him why he did not write, he said that he decided upon doing no more writing. "Why, how now? What next?" exclaimed I. "Do no more writing?" "No more." "And what is the reason?" "Do you not see the reason for yourself?" he indifferently replied. I looked steadfastly at him, and perceived that his eyes looked dull and glazed. Instantly it occurred to me that his unexampled diligence in copying by his dim window for the first few weeks of his stay with me might have temporarily impaired his vision. I was touched. I said something in condolence with him. I hinted that of course he did wisely in abstaining from writing for a while, and urged him to embrace that opportunity of taking wholesome exercise in the open air. This, however, he did not do. A few days after this, my other clerks being absent, and being in a great hurry to dispatch certain letters by the mail, I thought that, having nothing else earthly to do, Bartleby would surely be less inflexible than usual, and carry these letters to the post office. But he blankly declined. So, much to my inconvenience, I went myself. Still added days went by. Whether Bartleby's eyes improved or not, I could not say. To all appearance, I thought they did, but when I asked him if they did, he vouchsafed no answer. At all events, he would do no copying. At last, in reply to my urgings, he informed me that he had permanently given up copying. "What?" exclaimed I. "Suppose your eyes should get entirely well, better than ever before. Would you not copy then?" "I've given up copying," he answered, and slid aside. He remained as ever a fixture in my chamber. Nay, if that were possible, he became still more of a fixture than before. What was there to be done? He would do nothing in the office. Why should he stay there? In plain fact, he had now become a millstone to me, not only useless as a necklace, but afflictive to bear. Yet I was sorry for him. I speak less than truth when I say that on his own account he occasioned me uneasiness. If he would but have named a single relative or friend, I would instantly have written and urged their taking the poor fellow away to some convenient retreat. But he seemed alone, absolutely alone in the universe, a bit of wreck in the mid-Atlantic. At length necessities connected with my business tyrannized over all other considerations. Decently as I could, I told Bartleby that in 6 days' time he must unconditionally leave the office. I warned him to take measures, in the interval, for procuring some other abode. I offered to assist him in this endeavor, if he himself would but take the first step toward a removal. "And when you finally quit me, Bartleby," added I shall see that you go away not entirely unprovided. 6 days from this hour, remember." At the expiration of that period, I peeped behind the screen, and lo, Bartleby was there. I buttoned up my coat, balanced myself, advanced slowly towards him, touched his shoulder, and said, "The time has come. You must quit this place. I am sorry for you. Here is money, but you must go." "I'd prefer not to," he replied, with his back still towards me. "You must." He remained silent. Now I had an unbounded confidence in this man's common honesty. He had frequently restored to me sixpences and shillings carelessly dropped upon the floor, for I am apt to be very reckless in such shirt-button affairs. The proceeding, then, which followed will not be deemed extraordinary. "Bartleby," said I owe you $12 on account. Here are 32. The odd 20 are yours. Will you take it?" And I handed the bills toward him. But he made no motion. "I will leave them here, then," putting them under a weight on the table, and then taking my hat and cane and going to the door, I tranquilly turned and added, "After you have removed your things from these offices, Bartleby, you will of course lock the door, since everyone is now gone for the day, but you, and if you please, slip your key underneath the mat so that I may have it in the morning. I shall not see you again, so good-bye to you. If hereafter, in your new place of abode, I can be of any service to you, do not fail to advise me by letter. Good-bye, Bartleby, and fare you well." But he answered not a word. Like the last column of some ruined temple, he remained standing mute and solitary in the middle of the otherwise deserted room. As I walked home in a pensive mood, my vanity got the better of my pity. I could not but highly plume myself on my masterly management in getting rid of Bartleby. Masterly, I call it, and such it must appear to any dispassionate thinker. The beauty of my procedure seemed to consist in its perfect quietness. There was no vulgar bullying, no bravado of any sort, no choleric hectoring, and striding to and fro across the apartment, jerking out vehement commands for Bartleby to bundle himself off with beggarly traps. Nothing of the kind. Without loudly bidding Bartleby depart, as an inferior genius might have done, I assumed the ground that depart he must, and upon that assumption built all I had to say. The more I thought over my procedure, the more I was charmed with it. Nevertheless, next morning, upon awakening, I had my doubts. I'd somehow slept off the fumes of vanity. One of the coolest and wisest hours a man has is just after he awakes in the morning. My procedure seemed sagacious as ever, but only in theory. How it would prove in practice, there was the rub. It was truly a beautiful thought to have assumed Bartleby's departure, but, after all, that assumption was simply my own, and none of Bartleby's. The great point was, not whether I had assumed that he would quit me, but whether he would prefer to do so. He was more a man of preferences than assumptions. After breakfast, I walked downtown, arguing the probabilities pro and con. One moment I thought that it would prove a miserable failure, and Bartleby would be found alive in my office as usual. The next moment it seemed certain that I should find his chair empty. And so I kept veering about. At the corner of Broadway and Canal Street, I saw quite an excited group of people standing in earnest conversation. "I'll take odds he doesn't," said a voice as I passed. "Doesn't go? Done," said I. "Put up your money." I was instinctively putting my hand in my pocket to produce my own when I remembered that this was an election day. The words I had overheard bore no reference to Bartleby, but to the success or non-success of some candidate for the mayoralty. In my intent frame of mind, I had, as it were, imagined that all Broadway shared in my excitement, and were debating the same question with me. I passed on, very thankful that the uproar of the street screened my momentary absent-mindedness. As I had intended, I was earlier than usual at my office door. I stood listening for a moment. All was still. He must be gone. I tried the knob. The door was locked. Yes, my procedure had worked to a charm. He indeed must be vanished. Yet a certain melancholy mixed with this. I was almost sorry for my brilliant success. I was fumbling under the doormat for the key, which Bartleby was to have left there for me, when accidentally my knee knocked against a panel, producing a summoning sound, and in response a voice came from within. "Not yet. I am occupied." It was Bartleby. I was thunderstruck. For an instant I stood like a man who, pipe in mouth, was killed one cloudless afternoon long ago in Virginia by summer lightning. At his own warm open window he was killed, and remained leaning out there upon the dreamy afternoon till someone touched him when he fell. "Not gone," I murmured at last. But again, obeying that wondrous ascendancy which the inscrutable scrivener had over me, and from which ascendancy, for all my chafing, I could not completely escape, I slowly went downstairs and out into the street, and while walking around the block, considered what I should do next in this unheard-of perplexity. Turn the man out by an actual thrusting I could not. To drive him away by calling him hard names would not do. Calling in the police was an unpleasant idea, and yet permit him to enjoy his cadaverous triumph over me, this too I could not think of. What was to be done? Or if nothing could be done, was there anything further that I could assume in the matter? Yes, as before, I had prospectively assumed that Bartleby would depart, so now I might retrospectively assume that departed he was. In the legitimate carrying out of this assumption, I might enter my office in a great hurry, pretending not to see Bartleby at all, walk straight against him as if he were air. Such a proceeding would in a singular degree have the appearance of a home thrust. It was hardly possible that Bartleby could withstand such an application of the doctrine of assumptions, but upon second thoughts the success of the plan seemed rather dubious. I resolved to argue the matter over with him again. "Bartleby," said I, entering the office with a quite severe expression, "I am seriously displeased. I am pained, Bartleby. I had thought better of you. I had imagined you such gentlemanly organization that in any delicate dilemma a slight hint would suffice. In short, an assumption. But it appears I am deceived. Why," I added, unaffectedly starting, "you have not even touched the money yet," pointing to it, just where I had left it the evening previous. He answered nothing. "Will you or will you not quit me?" I now demanded in sudden passion, advancing close to him. "I would prefer not to quit you," he replied gently, emphasizing the not. "What earthly right do you have to stay here? Do you pay any rent? Do you pay my taxes? Or is this property yours?" He answered nothing. "Are you ready to go on and write now? Are your eyes recovered? Could you copy a small paper for me this morning, or help examine a few lines, or step around to the post office? In a word, will you do anything at all, or give our coloring to your refusal to depart the premises?" He silently retired into his hermitage. I was now in such a state of nervous resentment that I thought it but prudent to check myself at present from further demonstrations. Bartleby and I were alone. I remembered the tragedy of the unfortunate Adams and the still more unfortunate Colt in the solitary office of the latter, and how poor Colt, being dreadfully incensed by Adams and imprudently permitting himself to get wildly excited, was at unawares hurried into his fatal act, an act which certainly no man could possibly deplore more than the actor himself. Often it had occurred to me in my ponderings upon the subject that had that altercation taken place in the public street or at a private residence, it would not have terminated as it did. It was the circumstance of being alone in a solitary office upstairs of a building entirely unhallowed by humanizing domestic associations, an uncarpeted office, doubtless of a dusty, haggard sort of appearance, that this it must have been which greatly helped to enhance the irritable desperation of the hapless Colt. But when this old Adam of resentment rose in me and tempted me concerning Bartleby, I grappled him and threw him. How? Why, simply by recalling the divine injunction, "A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another." Yet this it was that saved me. Aside from higher considerations, charity often operates as a vastly wise and prudent principle, a great safeguard to its possessor. Men have committed murder for jealousy's sake, and anger's sake, and hatred's sake, and selfishness' sake, and spiritual pride's sake, but no man that I ever heard of ever committed a diabolical murder for a sweet charity's sake. Mere self-interest, then, if no better motive can be enlisted, should, especially with high-tempered men, prompt all beings to charity and philanthropy. At any rate, upon the occasion in question, I strove to drown my exasperated feelings towards the scrivener by benevolently construing his conduct. Poor fellow, thought I don't mean anything, and besides, he has seen hard times and ought to be indulged. I endeavored also immediately to occupy myself, and at the same time to comfort my despondency. I tried to fancy that in the course of the morning, at such time as might prove agreeable to him, Bartleby, of his own free accord, would emerge from his hermitage and take up some decided line of march in the direction of the door. But no. 12:30 o'clock came. Turkey began to glow in the face, overturn his inkstand, and become generally obstreperous. Nippers abated down into quietude and courtesy. Gingernut munched on his noon apple, and Bartleby remained standing at his window in one of his profoundest dead-wall reveries. Will it be credited? Ought I to acknowledge it? That afternoon, I left the office without saying one further word to him. Some days now passed, during which, at leisure intervals, I looked a little into Edwards on the Will and Priestley on Necessity. Under the circumstances, those books induced a salutary feeling. Gradually, I slid into the persuasion that these troubles of mine touching the scrivener had all been predestined from eternity, and Bartleby was billeted upon me for some mysterious purpose of an all-wise providence, which it was not for a mere mortal like me to fathom. Yes, Bartleby, stay there behind your screen, thought I. I shall persecute you no more. You are harmless and noiseless as any of these old chairs. In short, I never feel so private as when I know you are here. At last I see it, I feel it. I penetrate to the last predestined purpose of my life. I am content. Others may have loftier parts to enact, but my mission in this world, Bartleby, is to furnish you with office room for such a period as you may see fit to remain. I believe that this wise and blessed frame of mind would have continued with me had it not been for the unsolicited and uncharitable remarks obtruded upon me by my professional friends who visited the rooms. And thus it often is that a constant friction of illiberal minds wears out at the last the best resolves of the more generous. Though, to be sure, when I reflected upon it, it was not strange that people entering my office should be struck by the peculiar aspect of the unaccountable Bartleby, and so be tempted to throw out some sinister observations concerning him. Sometimes an attorney, having business with me and calling at my office, and finding no one but the scrivener there, would undertake to obtain some sort of precise information from him touching my whereabouts, but without heeding his idle talk, Bartleby would remain standing immovable in the middle of the room. So after contemplating him in that position for a time, the attorney would depart, no wiser than when he came. Also, when a reference was going on in the room full of lawyers and witnesses and business driving fast, some deeply occupied legal gentleman present, seeing Bartleby wholly unemployed, would request him to run round to the legal gentleman's office, and fetch some papers for him. Thereupon Bartleby would tranquilly decline, and yet remain idle as before. Then the lawyer would give a great stare and turn to me. And what could I say? At last I was made aware that through all the circle of my professional acquaintance a whisper of wonder was running around, having reference to the strange creature I kept in my office. This worried me very much, and as the idea came upon me of his possibly turning out a long-lived man, and keep occupying my chambers and denying my authority, and perplexing my visitors and scandalizing my professional reputation, and casting a general gloom over the premises, keeping soul and body together to last upon his savings, for doubtless he spent but half a dime a day, and in the end perhaps outlive me and claim possession of my office by right of his perpetual occupancy, as all these dark anticipations crowded upon me more and more, and my friends continually intruded their relentless remarks upon the apparition in my room, a great change was wrought in me. I resolved to gather all my faculties together and forever rid me of this intolerable incubus. Ere revolving any complicated project, however, I adapted to this end. I first simply suggested to Bartleby the propriety of his permanent departure. In a calm and serious tone, I commended the idea to his careful and mature consideration. But having taken 3 days to meditate upon it, he apprised me that his original determination remained the same. In short, that he still preferred to abide with me. What shall I do? I now said to myself, buttoning up my coat to the last button. What shall I do? What ought I to do? What does conscience say I should do with this man, or rather ghost? Rid myself of him? I must. Go, he shall. But how? You will not thrust him, the poor, pale, passive mortal. You will not thrust such a helpless creature out of your door? You will not dishonor yourself by such cruelty? No, I will not. I cannot do that. Rather would I let him live and die here, and then mason up his remains in the wall. What then will you do? For all your coaxing, he will not budge. Bribes he leaves under your own paperweight on the table. In short, it is quite plain that he prefers to cling to you. then something severe, something unusual must be done. What? Sure you will not have him collared by a constable and commit his innocent pallor to the common jail? And upon what ground could you procure such a thing to be done? A vagrant, is he? What, he a vagrant, a wanderer, who refuses to budge? It is because he will not be a vagrant, then, that you seek to count him as a vagrant. That is too absurd. No visible means of support. There I have him. Wrong again, for indubitably he does support himself, and that is the only unanswerable proof that any man can show of his possessing the means to do so. No more, then. Since he will not quit me, I must quit him. I will change my offices. I will move elsewhere, and give him fair notice that if I find him on my new premises, I will then proceed against him as a common trespasser. Acting accordingly, next day I thus addressed him. I find these chambers too far from City Hall. The air is unwholesome. In a word, I propose to remove my offices next week, and I shall no longer require your services. I tell you this now, in order that you may seek another place. He made no reply, and nothing more was said. On the appointed day, I engaged carts and men, proceeded to my chambers, and having but little furniture, everything was removed in a few hours. Throughout, the scrivener remained standing behind the screen, which I directed to be removed the last thing. It was withdrawn, and being folded up like a huge folio, left him the motionless occupant of a naked room. I stood in the entry, watching him a moment, while something from within me upbraided me. I re-entered with my hand in my pocket, and my heart in my mouth. Goodbye, Bartleby. I am going. Goodbye, and God some way bless you, and take that, slipping something in his hand, but it dropped upon the floor, and then, strange to say, I tore myself from him who I had so longed to be rid of. Established in my new quarters for a day or two, I kept the door locked, and startled at every footfall in the passages. When I returned to my rooms, after any little absence, I would pause at the threshold for an instant, and attentively listen, ere applying the key. But these fears were needless. Bartleby never came nigh me. I thought all was going well, when a perturbed-looking stranger visited me, inquiring whether I was the person who had recently occupied rooms at number blank Wall Street. Full of forebodings, I replied that I was. Then, sir, said the stranger, who proved a lawyer, you are responsible for the man you left there. He refuses to do any copying. He refuses to do anything. He says he prefers not to, and he refuses to quit the premises. I am very sorry, sir, said I, with assumed tranquillity, but an inward tremor. But really, the man you allude to is nothing to me. He is no relation or apprentice of mine, that you should hold me responsible for him. In mercy's name, who is he? I certainly cannot inform you. I know nothing about him. Formerly I employed him as a copyist, but he has done nothing for me now for some time past. I shall settle him, then. Good morning, sir. Several days passed, and I heard nothing more, and though I often felt a charitable prompting to call the place and see poor Bartleby, yet a certain squeamishness of I know not what withheld me. All is over with him by this time, thought I. At last, when through another week, no further intelligence reached me. But, coming to my room the day after, I found several persons waiting at my door in a high state of nervous excitement. That's the man. Here he comes, cried the foremost one, whom I recognized as the lawyer who had previously called upon me alone. Or the lawyer who had previously called upon me alone. You must take him away, sir, at once, cried a portly person among them, advancing upon me, and whom I knew to be the landlord of number blank Wall Street. These gentlemen, my tenants, cannot stand it any longer. Mr. B, pointing to the lawyer, has turned him out of his room, and he now persists in haunting the building generally, sitting upon the banisters of the stairs by day and sleeping in the entry by night. Everybody is concerned. Clients are leaving the offices. Some fears are entertained of a mob. Something you must do, and that without delay. Aghast at this torrent, I fell back before it, and would fain have locked myself in my new quarters. In vain I persisted that Bartleby was nothing to me, no more than to anyone else. In vain I was the last person known to have anything to do with him, and they held me to the terrible account. Fearful then of being exposed in the papers, as one person present obscurely threatened, I considered the matter, and at length said that if the lawyer would give me a confidential interview with the scrivener in his, the lawyer's own room, I would that afternoon strive my best to rid them of the nuisance they complained of. Going upstairs to my old haunt, there was Bartleby, silently sitting upon the banister at the landing. "What are you doing here, Bartleby?" said I. "Sitting upon the banister," he mildly replied. I motioned him into the lawyer's room, who then left us. "Bartleby," said I, "are you aware that you are the cause of great tribulation to me by persisting in occupying the entry after being dismissed from the office?" No answer. "Now one of two things must take place. Either you must do something, or something must be done to you. Now what sort of business would you like to engage in? Would you like to re-engage in copying for someone?" "No, I would prefer not to make any change." "Would you like a clerkship in a dry goods store?" "There's too much confinement about that. No, I would not like a clerkship, but I am not particular." "Too much confinement!" I cried. "Why, you keep yourself confined all the time." "I would prefer not to take a clerkship," he rejoined, as if to settle the little item at once. "How would a bartender's business suit you?" "There is no trying of the eyesight in that." "I would not like it at all, though. As I said before, I am not particular." His unwonted wordiness inspirited me. I returned to the charge. "Well, then, would you like to travel through the country collecting bills for the merchants? That would improve your health." "No, I would prefer to be doing something else." "How, then, would going as a companion to Europe to entertain some young gentlemen with your conversation? How would that suit you?" "Not at all. It does not strike me that there is anything definite about that. I like to be stationary, but I am not particular." "Stationary you shall be, then," I cried, now losing patience, and for the first time in all my exasperating connection with him, fairly flying into a passion. "If you do not go away from these premises before night, I shall feel bound, indeed I am bound, to quit the premises myself," I rather absurdly concluded, not knowing what to do, knowing not with what possible threat to try and frighten his immobility into compliance. Despairing of all further efforts, I was precipitately leaving him when a final thought occurred to me, one which had not been wholly indulged before. "Bartleby," said I, in the kindest tone I could assume under such exciting circumstances, "will you go home with me now? Not to my office, but my dwelling, and remain there till we can conclude upon some convenient arrangement for you at our leisure. Come, let us start now, right away." "No. At present I would prefer not to make any change at all." I answered nothing, but, effectually dodging every one by the suddenness and rapidity of my flight, rushed from the building, ran up Wall Street towards Broadway, and jumping into the first omnibus, was soon removed from pursuit. As soon as tranquillity returned, I distinctly perceived that I had now done all that I possibly could, both in respect to the demands of the landlord and his tenants, and with regard to my own desire and sense of duty to benefit Bartleby and shield him from my rude persecution. I now strove to be entirely carefree and quiescent, and my conscience justified me in the attempt, though, indeed, it was not so successful as I could have wished. So fearful was I of being again hunted out by the incensed landlord and his exasperated tenants that, surrendering my business to Nippers for a few days, I drove about the upper part of the town and through the suburbs in my rockaway, crossed over to Jersey City and Hoboken, and paid my fugitive visits to Manhattanville and Astoria. In fact, I almost lived in my rockaway for the time. When again I entered my office, lo, a note from the landlord lay upon the desk. I opened it with trembling hands. It informed me that the writer had sent to the police and had Bartleby removed to the Tombs as a vagrant. Moreover, since I knew more about him than anyone else, he wished me to appear at that place and make a suitable statement of the facts. These tidings had a conflicting effect on me. At first I was indignant, but at last almost approved. The landlord's energetic, summary disposition had led him to adopt a procedure which I do not think I would have decided upon myself, and yet, as a last resort, under such peculiar circumstances, it seemed the only plan. As I afterwards learned, the poor scrivener, when told that he must be conducted to the tombs, offered not the slightest obstacle, but in his pale, unmoving way silently acquiesced. Some of the compassionate and curious bystanders joined the party, and headed by one of the constables arm in arm with Bartleby, the silent procession filed its way through all the noise and heat and joy of the roaring thoroughfares at noon. The same day I received the note, I went to the tombs, or to speak more properly, the halls of justice. Seeking the right officer, I stated the purpose of my call, and was informed that the individual I described was indeed within. I then assured the functionary that Bartleby was a perfectly honest man, and greatly to be compassionated, however unaccountably eccentric. I narrated all I knew and closed by suggesting the idea of letting him remain in as indulgent confinement as possible, till something less harsh might be done, though, indeed, I hardly knew what. At all events, if nothing else could be decided now, the almshouse must receive him. I then begged to have an interview. Being under no disgraceful charge, and quite serene and harmless in all his ways, they permitted him freely to wander about the prison, and especially in the enclosed glass-plated yards thereof. And so I found him there, standing all alone in the quietest of the yards, his face towards a high wall, while all around, from the narrow slits of the jail windows, I thought I saw peering out upon him the eyes of murderers and thieves. "Bartleby!" "I know you," he said, without looking round, "and I want nothing to say to you." "It was not that I brought you here, Bartleby," said I, keenly pained at his implied suspicion. "And to you this should not be so vile a place. Nothing reproachful attaches you by being here. And see, it is not so sad a place as one might think. Look, there is the sky, and here is the grass." "I know where I am," he replied, but would say nothing more, and so I left him. As I entered the corridor again, a broad meat-like man in an apron accosted me, and, jerking his thumb over his shoulder, said, "Is that your friend?" "Yes." "Does he want to starve? If he does, let him live on the prison fare. That's all." "Who are you?" said I, not knowing what to make of such an unofficially speaking person in such a place. "I'm the grub man. Such gentlemen as have friends here hire me to provide them with something good to eat." "Is that so?" I said, turning to the turnkey. He said it was. "Well then," said I, slipping some silver into the grub man's hands, for so they called them, "I want you to give particular attention to my friend here. Let him have the best dinner you can get, and you must be as polite to him as possible." "Introduce me, will you?" said the grub man, looking at me with an expression which seemed to say he was all impatience for an opportunity to give a specimen of his breeding. Thinking it would prove to benefit the scrivener, I acquiesced, and, asking the grub man his name, went up with him to Bartleby. "Bartleby, this is a friend. You will find him very useful to you." "Your servant, sir, your servant," said the grub man, making a low salutation behind his apron. "I hope you find it pleasant here, sir. Nice grounds, cool apartments. Hope you'll stay with us some time. Try to make it agreeable. What will you have for dinner today?" "I prefer not to dine today," said Bartleby, turning away. "It would disagree with me. I am unused to dinners." So saying, he slowly moved to the other side of the enclosure and took up a position fronting the dead wall. "How's this?" said the grub man, addressing me with a stare of astonishment. "He's odd, ain't he?" "I think he's a little deranged," said I. "Deranged? Deranged, is it? Well, now, upon my word, I thought that friend of yourn was a gentleman forager. They say they're always pale and genteel like them forgers. Can't help pity 'em. Can't help it, sir. Did you know Monroe Edwards?" he added touchingly, and paused. Then, laying his hand piteously on my shoulder, sighed, "Died of consumption, Sing Sing. So you weren't acquainted with Monroe?" "No, I was never socially acquainted with any forgers, but I cannot stop longer. Look to my friend yonder. You will not lose by it. I will see you again." Some days after this, I again obtained admission to the tombs, and went through the corridors in quest of Bartleby, but without finding him. "I saw him coming from his cell not long ago," said a turnkey. "Maybe he's gone to loiter in the yards." So I went in that direction. "Are you looking for the silent man?" said another turnkey, passing me. "Yonder he lies, sleeping in the yard there. 'Tis not 20 minutes since I saw him lie down." The yard was entirely quiet. It was not accessible to the common prisoners. The surrounding walls of amazing thickness kept off all sounds behind them. The Egyptian character of the masonry weighed upon me with its gloom, but a soft imprisoned turf grew underfoot. The heart of the eternal pyramids, it seemed, wherein, by some strange magic, through the clefts grass seed dropped by birds had sprung. Strangely huddled at the base of the wall, his knees drawn up, and lying on his side, his head touching the cold stones, I saw the wasted Bartleby, but nothing stirred. I paused, then went up close to him, stooped over, and saw that his dim eyes were open. Otherwise he seemed profoundly sleeping. Something prompted me to touch him. I felt his hand, when a tingling shiver ran up my arm and down my spine and to my feet. The round face of the grub man peered upon me now. His dinner's ready. Won't he dine today either? Or does he live without dining? Lives without dining, said I, and closed the eyes. Hey, he's asleep, ain't he? With kings and counselors, murmured I. There would seem little need for proceeding further in this history. Imagination will readily supply the meagre recital of poor Bartleby's internment, but ere parting with the reader, let me say that if this little narrative has sufficiently interested him to awaken curiosity as to who Bartleby was, and what manner of life he led prior to the present narrator's making of his acquaintance, I can only reply that in such curiosity I fully share, but am wholly unable to gratify it. Yet here I hardly know whether I should divulge one little item of rumor which came to my ear a few months after the scrivener's decease. Upon what basis it rested I could never ascertain, and hence how true it is I cannot now tell. But inasmuch as this vague report has not been without a certain suggestive interest to me, however sad it may prove the same with some others, and so I will briefly mention it. The report was this: that Bartleby had been a subordinate clerk in the dead letter office at Washington, from which he had been suddenly removed by a change in the administration. When I think over this rumor, I can hardly express the emotions which seize me. Dead letters! Does it not sound like dead men? Conceive a man by nature and misfortune prone to a pallid hopelessness. Can any business seem more fitted to heighten it than that of continuously handling these dead letters, and assorting them for the flames? For by the cartload they are annually burned. Sometimes from out the folded paper the pale clerk takes a ring, the finger it was meant for perhaps, moulders in the grave, a banknote sent in swiftest charity, whom it would relieve, nor eats nor hungers any more. Pardon for those who died despairing, hope for those who died unhoping, good tidings for those who died stifled by unrelieved calamities. On errands of life these letters speed to death. Ah, Bartleby! Ah, humanity! The end. Thoughts? I should maybe also mention that this is the standard ebooks edition of Melville Short's works. I think I'm going to take a small break. I need something to drink. I don't know how much more I'm going to do given how late I started. But as long as there's interest in more reading, I'm happy to do a bit more. The next ones are considerably shorter. I tell you what, I'm going to put up the break sign. I will be back in a little bit, and then we'll keep going. Okay, thank you everybody for your patience. I definitely feel like I need some rest, but I'm gonna try, especially if I'm gonna do reading. I'm gonna try and make it to the full 3 hours. These next few are shorter, so I don't know if I'll make it through all of them, but they at least give me a fighting chance. But the idea of trying to read the writing book, I don't even know why I thought I'd get through Bartleby that quickly. It is a long short story. I believe it was published in 2 parts in its original form. Anyway, this is a somewhat famous one from the New Yorker. This is The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. The morning of June 27th was clear and sunny, with the fresh warmth of a full summer day. The flowers were blossoming profusely, and the grass was richly green. The people of the village began to gather in the square, between the post office and the bank, around 10 o'clock. In some towns, there were so many people that the lottery took 2 days and had to be started on the 26th of June. But in this village, where there were only about 300 people, the whole lottery only took about 2 hours, so it could begin at 10 o'clock in the morning and still be through in time to allow the villagers to get home for noon dinner. The children assembled first, of course. School was recently over for the summer, and the feeling of liberty sat uneasily on most of them. They tended to gather together quietly for a while before they broke into boisterous play, and their talk was still of the classroom and the teacher, of books and reprimands. Bobby Martin had already stuffed his pockets full of stones, and the other boys soon followed his example, selecting the smoothest and roundest stones. Bobby and Harry Jones and Dickie Delacroix, the villagers pronounced this name Delacroix, evidently made a great pile of stones in one corner of the square and guarded it against the raids of the other boys. The girls stood aside, talking amongst themselves, looking over their shoulders at the boys, and the very small children rolled in the dust or clung to the hands of their older brothers or sisters. So the men began to gather, surveying their own children, speaking of planting and rain, tractors and taxes. They stood together, away from the pile of stones in the corner, and their jokes were quiet, and they smiled rather than laughed. The women, wearing faded house dresses and sweaters, came shortly after the menfolk. They greeted one another and exchanged bits of gossip as they went to join their husbands. Soon the women, standing by their husbands, began to call their children, and the children came reluctantly, having to be called 4 or 5 times. Bobby Martin ducked under his mother's grasping hand and ran laughing back to the pile of stones. His father spoke up sharply, and Bobby came quickly and took his place between his father and his oldest brother. The lottery was conducted, as were square dances, the teenage club, the Halloween program, by Mr. Summers, who had time and energy to devote to civic activities. He was a round-faced, jovial man, and he ran the coal business, and people were sorry for him because he had no children and his wife was a scold. When he arrived in the square, carrying the black wooden box, there was a murmur of conversation among the villagers, and he waved and called, "Little late today, folks." The postmaster, Mr. Graves, followed him, carrying a 3-legged stool. The stool was put in the center of the square, and Mr. Summers set the black box down on it. The villagers kept their distance, leaving a space between themselves and the stool, when Mr. Summers said, "Some of you fellows want to give me a hand?" There was a hesitation before 2 men. Mr. Martin and his oldest son Baxter came forward to hold the box steady on the stool while Mr. Summers stirred up the papers inside it. The original paraphernalia for the lottery had been lost long ago, and the black box, now resting on the stool, had been put into use even before Old Man Warner, the oldest man in town, was born. Mr. Summers spoke frequently to the villagers about making a new box, but no one liked to upset even as much tradition as was represented by the black box. There was a story that the present box had been made with some pieces of the box that had preceded it, the one that had been constructed when the first people settled down to make a village here. Every year after the lottery, Mr. Summers began talking again about a new box, but every year the subject was allowed to fade off without anything's being done. The black box grew shabbier each year. By now, it was no longer completely black, but splintered badly along one side to show the original wood color, and in some places faded or stained. Mr. Martin and his oldest son Baxter held the box securely on the stool until Mr. Summers had stirred the papers thoroughly with his hand. Because so much of the ritual had been forgotten or discarded, Mr. Summers had been successful in having slips of paper substituted for the chips of wood that had been used for generations. Chips of wood, Mr. Summers had argued, had all been very well when the village was tiny, but now that the population was more than 300 and likely to keep on growing, it was necessary to use something that would fit more easily into the black box. The night before the lottery, Mr. Summers and Mr. Graves made up the slips of paper and put them into the box, and it was then taken into the safe of Mr. Summers' coal company and locked up until Mr. Summers was ready to take it to the square the next morning. The rest of the year, the box was put away, sometimes one place, sometimes another. It had spent 1 year in Mr. Graves' barn and another year underfoot at the post office, and sometimes it was set on a shelf in the Martin grocery store and left there. There's a great deal of fussing to be done before Mr. Summers declared the lottery open. There were lists to make up of heads of families, heads of households in each family, members of each household in each family. There was the proper swearing in of Mr. Summers by the postmaster as the official of the lottery. At one time, some people remembered, there had been a recital of some sort performed by the official of the lottery, a perfunctory, tuneless chant that had been rattled off duly each year. Some people believed that the official of the lottery used to stand just so when he said or sang it. Others believed that he was supposed to walk among the people, but years and years ago this part of the ritual had been allowed to lapse. There had been also a ritual salute, which the official of the... I keep forgetting about the subs during the reading stream. Thank you very much for the subscription, Algrins. I hope you're doing well. There had also been a ritual salute, which the official of the lottery had to use in addressing each person who came up to draw from the box. But this also had changed with time. Until now, it was felt necessary only for the official to speak to each person approaching. Mr. Summers was very good at all this, in his clean white shirt and blue jeans, with one hand resting carelessly on the black box. He seemed very proper and important as he talked interminably to Mr. Graves and Mr. Martins. Hey, Birdie Lala. Just as Mr. Summers finally left off talking and turned to the assembled villagers, Mrs. Hutchinson came hurriedly down along the path to the square, her sweater thrown over her shoulders, and slid into place in the back of the crowd. "Clean forgot what day it was," she said to Mrs. Delacour, who stood next to her. They both laughed softly. "Thought my old man was out back stacking wood," Mrs. Hutchinson went on. "And then I looked out the window and the kids were gone. And then I remembered that it was the 27th and came a-running." She dried her hands on her apron, and Mrs. Delacour said, "You're in time, though. They're still talking away up there." Mrs. Hutchinson craned her neck. Oh, God, why do they insist on video? But we can do that. Ugh. Huh. Sorry about that. Mrs. Hutchinson craned her neck to see through the crowd and found her husband and children standing near the front. She tapped Mrs. Delacour on the arm as a farewell and began to make her way through the crowd. The people separated good-humoredly to let her through. 2 or 3 people said in voices just loud enough to be heard across the crowd, "Here comes your Mrs. Hutchinson," and "Bill, she made it after all." Mrs. Hutchinson reached her husband, and Mr. Summers, who had been waiting, said cheerfully, "Thought we were going to have to get on without you, Tessie." Mrs. Hutchinson said, grinning, "Wouldn't have me leave my dishes in the sink now, would you, Joe?" And soft laughter ran through the crowd as the people stirred back into position after Mrs. Hutchinson's arrival. Well now, Mr. Summers said soberly. Guess we better get started, get this over with, so we can go back to work. Anybody ain't here? Dunbar, several people said. Dunbar, Dunbar. Mr. Summers consulted his list. Clyde Dunbar, he said. That's right, he's broke his leg, hasn't he? Who's drawing for him? Me, I guess, a woman said, and Mr. Summers turned to look at her. Wife draws for the husband, Mr. Summers said. Don't you have a grown boy to do it for you, Janie? Although Mr. Summers and everybody else in the village knew the answer perfectly well, it was the business of the official of the lottery to ask such questions formally. Mr. Summers waited with an expression of polite interest while Mrs. Dunbar answered. Horse not but 16 yet, Mrs. Dunbar said regretfully. Guess I got to fill in for the old man this year. Right, Mr. Summers said. He made a note on the list he was holding. Then he asked, Watson boy drawing this year? A tall boy in the crowd raised his hand. Here, he said. I'm drawing for my mother and me. He blinked his eyes nervously and ducked his head as several voices in the crowd said things like, Good fellow, Jack, and glad to see your mother's got a man to do it. Well, Mr. Summers said, guess that's everyone. Old man Warner make it? Here, a voice said, and Mr. Summers nodded. A sudden hush fell on the crowd as Mr. Summers cleared his throat and looked at the list. All ready? He called. Now I'll read the names, heads of families first, and the men come up and take a paper out of the box. Keep the paper folded in your hand without looking at it until everyone has had a turn. Everything clear? The people had done it so many times that they only half listened to the directions. Most of them were quiet, wetting their lips, not looking around. Then Mr. Summers raised one hand high and said, Adams. A man disengaged himself from the crowd and came forward. Hi, Steve, Mr. Summers said. Mr. Adams said, Hi, Joe. They grinned at one another humorlessly and nervously. Then Mr. Adams reached into the black box and took out a folded paper. He held it firmly by one corner as he turned and went hastily back to his place in the crowd, where he stood a little apart from his family, not looking down at his hand. Allen, Mr. Summers said. Anderson, Bentham. Seems like there's no time at all between lotteries anymore, Mrs. Delacroix said to Mrs. Graves in the back row. Seems like we got through the last one only last week. Time sure goes fast, Mrs. Graves said. Clark, Delacroix. There goes my old man, Mrs. Delacroix said. She held her breath while her husband went forward. Dunbar, Mr. Summers said, and Mrs. Dunbar went steadily to the box while one of the women said, Go on, Janie, and another said, There she goes. We're next, Mrs. Graves said. She watched while Mr. Graves came from around the side of the box, greeted Mr. Summers gravely, and selected a slip of paper from the box. By now, all through the crowd, there were men holding the small folded papers in their large hands, turning them over and over nervously. Mrs. Dunbar and her two sons stood together, Mrs. Dunbar holding the slip of paper. Harbert? Hutchinson? Get up there, Bill, Mrs. Hutchinson said, and people near her laughed. Jones. They do say, Mr. Adams said to old man Warner, who stood next to him, that over in the North Village they're talking of giving up the lottery. Old man Warner snorted. Pack of crazy fools, he said. Listening to the young folks. Nothing's good enough for them. Next thing you know, they'll be wanting to go back to living in caves. Nobody work anymore. Live that way for a while. Used to be a saying about lottery in June, corn be heavy soon. First thing you know, we'd all be eating stewed chickweed and acorns. There's always been a lottery, he added petulantly. Bad enough to see young Joe Summers up there joking with everybody. Some places have already quit lotteries, Mrs. Adams said. Nothing but trouble in that, old man Warner said stoutly. Pack of young fools. Martin. And Bobby Martin watched his father go forward. Overdyke. Percy. I wish they'd hurry, Mrs. Dunbar said to her older son. I wish they'd hurry. They're almost through, her son said. You get ready to run, tell Dad, Mrs. Dunbar said. Mr. Summers called his own name and then stepped forward precisely and selected a slip from the box. Then he called Warner. 77th year I've been in the lottery, old man Warner said as he went through the crowd. 77th time. Watson. The tall boy came awkwardly through the crowd. Someone said, "Don't be nervous, Jack." And Mr. Summers said, "Take your time, son." Zani. After that, there was a long pause, a breathless pause, until Mr. Summers, holding his slip of paper in the air, said, "All right, fellows." For a minute, no one moved, and then all the slips of paper were opened. Suddenly, all the women began to speak at once, saying, "Who is it? Who's got it? Is it the Dunbars? Is it the Watsons?" And the voices began to say, "It's Hutchinson. It's Bill. Bill Hutchinson's got it." "Go tell your father," Mrs. Dunbar said to her older son. People began to look around to see the Hutchinsons. Bill Hutchinson was standing quiet, staring down at the paper in his hand. Suddenly, Tessie Hutchinson shouted to Mr. Summers, "You didn't give him time enough to take any paper he wanted. I saw you. It wasn't fair." "Be a good sport, Tessie," Mrs. Delacroix called, and Mrs. Graves said, "All of us took the same chance." "Shut up, Tessie," Bill Hutchinson said. "Well, everyone," Mr. Summers said, "that was done pretty fast, and now we've got to be hurrying a little more to get it done in time." He consulted his next list. "Bill," he said, "you draw for the Hutchinson family. You got any other households in the Hutchinson?" "There's Don and Ava," Mrs. Hutchinson yelled. "Make them take their chance." "Daughters draw with their husbands' families, Tessie," Mr. Summers said gently. "You know that as well as anybody else." "It wasn't fair," Tessie said. "I guess not, Joe," Bill Hutchinson said regretfully. "My daughter draws with her husband's family. That's only fair, and I've got no other family except the kids." "Then, as far as drawing for families is concerned, it's you," Mr. Summers said in explanation. "As far as drawing for households is concerned, that's you too, right?" "Right," Bill Hutchinson said. "How many kids, Bill?" Mr. Summers asked formally. "3," Bill Hutchinson said. "There's Bill Jr. and Nancy and little Dave and Tessie and me." "All right, then," Mr. Summers said. "Harry, you got their tickets back?" Mr. Graves nodded and held up the slips of paper. "Put them in the box, then," Mr. Summers directed. "Take Bill's and put it in." "I think we ought to start over," Mrs. Hutchinson said, quietly as she could. "I tell you it wasn't fair. You didn't give him enough time to choose. Everybody saw that." Mr. Graves had selected 5 slips and put them in the box. He dropped them all of the papers, but those onto the ground where the breeze caught them and lifted them off. "Listen, everybody," Mrs. Hutchinson was saying to the people around her. "Ready, Bill?" Mr. Summers asked, and Bill Hutchinson, with one quick glance around at his wife and children, nodded. "Remember," Mr. Summers said, "take the slips and keep them folded until each person has taken one. Harry, you help little Dave." Mr. Graves took the hand of the little boy, who came willingly with him up to the box. "Take a paper out of the box, Davy," Mr. Summers said. Davy put his hand into the box and laughed. "Take just one paper," Mr. Summers said. "Harry, you hold it for him." Mr. Graves took the child's hand and removed the folded paper from the tight fist and held it while little Dave stood next to him and looked up at him wonderingly. "Nancy next," Mr. Summers said. Nancy was 12, and her school friends breathed heavily as she went forward, switching her skirt, and took a slip daintily from the box. "Bill Jr.," Mr. Summers said. And Billy, his face red and his feet overlarge, nearly knocked the box over as he got his paper out. "Tessie," Mr. Summers said. She hesitated for a minute, looking around defiantly, then set her lips and went up to the box. She snatched a paper out and held it behind her. "Bill," Mr. Summers said, and Bill Hutchinson reached into the box and felt around, bringing his hand out at last with the slip of paper on it. The crowd was quiet. A girl whispered, "I hope it's not Nancy," and the sound of the whisper reached the edges of the crowd. "It's not the way it used to be," Old Man Warner said clearly. "People ain't the way they used to be." "All right," Mr. Summers said. "Open the papers. Harry, you open little Dave's." Mr. Graves opened the slip of paper, and there was a general sigh through the crowd as he held it up, and everyone could see that it was blank. Nancy and Bill Jr. opened theirs at the same time, and both beamed and laughed, turning around to the crowd and holding their slips of paper above their heads. "Tessie," Mr. Summers said. There was a pause, and then Mr. Summers looked at Bill Hutchinson, and Bill unfolded his paper and showed it. It was blank. "It's Tessie," Mr. Summers said, and his voice was hushed. "Show us her paper, Bill." Bill Hutchinson went over to his wife and forced the slip of paper out of her hand. It had a black spot on it. The black spot Mr. Summers had made the night before with the heavy pencil in the coal company office. Bill Hutchinson held it up, and there was a stir in the crowd. "All right, folks," Mr. Summers said. "Let's finish quickly." Although the villagers had forgotten the ritual and lost the original black box, they still remembered to use stones. The pile of stones the boys had made earlier was ready. There were stones on the ground with the blowing scraps of paper that had come out of the box. Mrs. Delacroix selected a stone so large she had to pick it up with both hands and turned to Mrs. Dunbar. "Come on," she said. "Hurry up." Mrs. Dunbar had small stones in both hands, and she said, gasping for breath, "I can't run at all. You have to go ahead, and I'll catch up with you." The children had stones already, and someone gave little Davy Hutchinson a few pebbles. Tessie Hutchinson was in the center of the cleared space by now, and she held her hands out desperately as the villagers moved in on her. "It isn't fair," she said. A stone hit her on the side of the head. Old Man Warner was saying, come on, everybody." Steve Adams was in the front of the crowd of villagers, with Mrs. Graves beside him. "It isn't fair! It isn't right!" Mrs. Hutchinson screamed. And then they were upon her. How many of you are familiar with that one? I never had to do it in school, but I remember it really getting my attention when I read it, largely because of its length. There's quite a bit in it in not a lot of words. Oh, interesting. Hopefully you're here from the start, but yeah. Shirley Jackson, The Lottery, 1948. You all good for another? It seems to be, it's one that I sort of just discovered through reading in general. It's funny because I think it's a really great example of, of short story writing. But it it really does strike me as one that probably would get taught in a class. But it just happened to be one that through the course of reading things and specifically looking for short stories, it's one that got me. And I'm not, actually wasn't familiar with the Borges story, so I'll have to look it up. All right, this one I did do in school, but this is actually another example of a story that I think is, this one in particular I'm really impressed by. So I think The Lottery does a great job. I think that's one that you can sort of sit down and study and write. You have the stones at the start, right? They're introduced, but you can sort of, if you are of a certain temperament, you you can read it and be like, okay, so when do I start feeling unsettled in the story? Like when does it feel like the lottery is not something that you want to win? What was the reason for the lottery, implied or left vague? Well, I think it's more, in this case, it's the crafting of it, right? It's more the idea that the reveal at the end is that it's actually a sacrifice, basically. And so the idea of not doing lotteries anymore, it's one of the ones that's interesting, is I do sit down and think when I encounter a story like that, you read it to enjoy it the first time, and then if it's one that has a particular effect on you, it's one of those things, like I said, if you have a certain temperament, you kind of want to understand how it works, and that's where you sort of ask some questions like, okay, so when do I feel like the lottery may not be a good thing? Why, what was the thing that first unsettled me in this story? Obviously, you're not expected to really see any particular meaning for for the. Oh, I'm sorry. I completely misunderstood. Um, I completely misunderstood the question. Yeah, Birdie Lala got it. It's a tradition. They no longer know why they do it, what purposes it serves, but they continue. Yeah, yes. No, sorry. Birdie Lala clearly has better reading comprehension than I do. Um, but yeah, it's one of these ones where to I don't know. I don't even think of it's if you want to be a better writer, but just sort of understand in terms of how stories work and how authors can have a certain effect on you. So there's that one, like just in terms of how it builds. And the other thing I can say too, there's a few things, right? So, you've got certain characters in there. It's not like you have elaborate backstories to people, but you have the people who are showing up, later. There are people who forget. And once you know what the lottery is, maybe that forgetfulness isn't the accident that it seems to be. Again, the rocks at the start just seem like idle description, but of course they have a very specific meaning by the end of the book, or the end of the story. Um, and again, like just the question in terms of like, you don't have a lot of space in a story like that, but you do have some distinct characters. You have how they respond in certain moments, how they react, the relief that they feel, and so on. And it's I don't know, it's brevity is not my strong suit, and I think most stories I would want to write are longer ones. But I realize that there is a trap in thinking that way, because what I'm potentially learning there is excess, right? Presumably, I mean, again, so there are some people who really mastered short stories, and there are some who have written great works of literature, but their short works are not necessarily considered their best. But for the most part, I think the capacity to tell spin a good yarn in short form, I don't want to say it's a prerequisite, but I have a feeling that if you understand it well enough, you can do short stuff, let's say at least passably, but I think you do it well. Whereas it's probably a convenient lie we tell ourselves that, oh no, I need the extra space for the story. And again, I'm not entirely sure I've ever written anything, fiction or nonfiction, that has that kind of economy that the lottery does. There's quite a journey that you go on, and not in a lot of space. The other example that I have here, and this is one that I did in school, is Harrison Bergeron. I'm always surprised at how short this is, and yet this one introduces a radically different society than what we're familiar with. And I don't know. I am intrigued by how it works. Although I think probably I'd go so far as to say that the lottery is probably a better story. Although I noticed that Harrison Bergeron comes up more in like conversation or as an example, and so maybe that means that it's actually the more effective story because it's one that seems to have lodged itself in the consciousness. All right, Harrison Bergeron. The year was 2081, and everyone was finally equal. They weren't only equal before God and the law, they were equal in every which way. Nobody was smarter than anybody else. Nobody was better looking than anybody else. Nobody was stronger or quicker than anybody else. All this equality was due to the 211th, 212th, and 213th Amendments to the Constitution, and to the unceasing vigilance of agents of the United States Handicapper General. Some things about living still weren't quite right, though. April, for instance, still drove people crazy by not being springtime, and it was in that clammy month that the HG men took George and Hazel Bergeron's 14-year-old son Harrison away. It was tragic, all right, but George and Hazel couldn't think about it very hard. Hazel had a perfectly average intelligence, which meant she couldn't think about anything except in short bursts. And George, while his intelligence was way above normal, had a little mental handicap radio in his ear. He was required by law to wear it at all times. It was tuned to a government transmitter. Every 20 seconds or so, the transmitter would send out some sharp noise to keep people like George from taking unfair advantage of their brains. George and Hazel were watching television. There were tears on Hazel's cheeks, but she'd forgotten for the moment what they were about. On the television screens were ballerinas. A buzzer sounded in George's head. His thoughts fled in panic like bandits from a burglar alarm. "That was a real pretty dance, that dance they just did," said Hazel. "Huh?" said George. "The dance. It was nice," said Hazel. "Yep," said George. He tried to think a little about the ballerinas. They weren't really very good, no better than anybody else would have been anyway. They were burdened with sash weights and bags of birdshot, and their faces were masked so that no one, seeing a free and graceful gesture or a pretty face, would feel like something the cat drug in. George was toying with the vague notion that maybe dancers shouldn't be handicapped, but he didn't get very far with it before another noise in his ear radio scattered his thoughts. George winced. So did 2 out of the 8 ballerinas. Hazel saw him wince. Having no mental handicap herself, she had to ask George what the latest sound had been. "Sounded like somebody hitting a milk bottle with a ball-peen hammer," said George. "I think it would be real interesting hearing all the different sounds," said Hazel, a little envious. "All the things they think up." Said George. "Only, if I was handicapper general, you know what I would do," said Hazel. Hazel, as a matter of fact, bore a strong resemblance to the handicapper general, a woman named Diana Moon Glampers. "If I was Diana Moon Glampers," said Hazel, "I'd have chimes on Sunday. Just chimes. Kind of in honor of religion." "I could think if it was just chimes," said George. "Well, maybe make 'em real loud," says Hazel. "I think I'd make a good handicapper general." "Good as anybody else," said George. "Who knows better than I do what normal is?" said Hazel. "Right," said George. And he began to think glimmeringly about his abnormal son who was now in jail, about Harrison, but a 21-gun salute in his head stopped that. "Boy," said Hazel, "that was a doozy, wasn't it?" It was such a doozy that George was white and trembling, and tears stood on the rims of his red eyes. 2 of the 8 ballerinas had collapsed to the studio floor and were holding their temples. "All of a sudden you look so tired," said Hazel. "Why don't you stretch out on the sofa, so you can rest your handicap bag on the pillows, honey bunch?" She was referring to the 47 pounds of birdshot in a canvas bag, which was padlocked around George's neck. "Go on and rest the bag for a little while," she said. "I don't care if you're not equal to me for a while." George weighed the bag with his hands. "I don't mind it," he said. "I don't notice it anymore. It's just part of me." "I've been so tired lately, kind of worn out," said Hazel. "If there's just some way you can make a little hole in the bottom of the bag and just take out a few of them lead balls. Just a few." 2 years in prison and $2,000 fine for every ball I took out," said George. "I don't call that a bargain." "If you could just take a few out when you came home from work," said Hazel. "I mean, you don't compete with anybody around here. You just sit around." "If I tried to get away with it," said George, "then other people try to get away with it, and pretty soon we'd be right back to the Dark Ages again, with everybody competing against everybody else. You wouldn't like that, would you?" "I'd hate it," said Hazel. "There you are," said George. "The minute people start cheating on laws, what do you think happens to society?" If Hazel hadn't been able to come up with an answer to this question, George couldn't have supplied one. A siren was going off in his head. "Reckon it'd all fall apart," said Hazel. "What would?" said George blankly. "Society," said Hazel uncertainly. "Was that what you just said?" "Who knows?" said George. The television program was suddenly interrupted for a news bulletin. It wasn't clear at first what the bulletin was about, since the announcer, like all announcers, had a serious speech impediment. For about half a minute, and in a state of high excitement, the announcer tried to say, "Ladies and gentlemen." He finally gave up, handed the bulletin to a ballerina to read. "That's all right," Hazel said of the announcer. "He tried. That's the big thing. He tried to do the best that he could with what God gave him. He should get a nice raise for trying so hard." "Ladies and gentlemen," said the ballerina, reading the bulletin. She must have been extraordinarily beautiful, because the mask she wore was hideous, and it was easy to see that she was the strongest and most graceful of all the dancers, for her handicap bags were as big as those worn by 200-pound men. And she had to apologize at once for her voice, which is a very unfair voice for a woman to use. Her voice was warm, luminous, a timeless melody. "Excuse me," she said. She began again, making her voice absolutely uncompetitive. "Harrison Bergeron, age 14, she said in a grackle squawk, has just escaped jail, where he was held on suspicion of plotting to overthrow the government. He is a genius and an athlete, is under-handicapped, and should be regarded as extremely dangerous." A police photograph of Harrison Bergeron was flashed on the screen upside down, then sideways, upside down again, then right side up. The picture showed the full length of Harrison against a background calibrated in feet and inches. He was exactly 7 feet tall. The rest of Harrison's appearance was Halloween and hardware. Nobody had ever worn heavier handicaps. He had outgrown hindrances faster than the HG men could think them up. Instead of a little ear radio for a mental handicap, he wore a tremendous pair of earphones and spectacles with thick, wavy lenses. The spectacles were intended to make him not only half blind, but to give him wanging headaches besides. Scrap metal was hung all over him. Ordinarily, there was a certain symmetry, a military neatness to the handicaps issued to strong people, but Harrison looked like a walking junkyard. In the race of life, Harrison carried 300 pounds. And to offset his good looks, the HG men required that he wear at all times a red rubber ball for a nose, keep his eyebrows shaved off, and cover his even white teeth with black caps at snaggletooth random. "If you see the boy," said the ballerina, "do not, I repeat, do not try to reason with him." There was a shriek of a door being torn from its hinges. Screams and barking cries of consternation came from the television set. The photograph of Harrison Bergeron on the screen jumped again and again, as though dancing to the tune of an earthquake. George Bergeron correctly identified the earthquake, and well might have, for many was the time his own home had danced with the same crashing tune. "My God," said George, "that must be Harrison." The realization was blasted from his mind instantly as the sound of an automobile collision is in his head. When George could open his eyes again, the photograph of Harrison was gone. A living, breathing Harrison filled the screen. Clanking, clownish, and huge, Harrison stood in the center of the studio. The knob of the uprooted studio door was still in his hand. Ballerinas, technicians, musicians, and announcers cowered on their knees before him, expecting to die. "I am the Emperor," cried Harrison. "Do you hear? I am the Emperor. Everyone must do what I say at once." He stamped his foot, and the studio shook. "Even as I stand here," he bellowed, "crippled, hobbled, sickened, I am a greater ruler than any man who ever lived. Now watch me become what I can become." Harrison tore the straps off his handicap harness like wet tissue paper, tore straps guaranteed to support 5,000 pounds. Harrison's scrap iron handicaps crashed to the floor. Harrison thrust his thumbs under the bar of the padlock that secured his head harness. The bar snapped like celery. Harrison smashed his headphones and spectacles against the wall. He flung away his rubber ball nose, revealed a man that would have awed Thor, the god of thunder. "I shall now select my empress," he said, looking down on the cowering people. "Let the first woman who dares to raise her feet claim her mate and her throne." A moment passed, and then a ballerina arose, swaying like a willow. Harrison plucked the mental handicap from her ear, snapped off her physical handicaps with marvelous delicacy. Last of all, he removed her mask. She was blindingly beautiful. "Now," said Harrison, taking her hand, "shall we show the people the meaning of the word dance?" "Music!" he commanded. The musicians scrambled back into their chairs. Harrison stripped them of their handicaps too. "Play your best," he told them, "and I will make you barons and dukes and earls." The music began. It was normal, at first cheap, silly, false. But Harrison snatched 2 musicians from their chairs, waved them like batons as he sang the music as he wanted it played. He slammed them back into their chairs. The music began again, and was much improved. Harrison and his empress merely listened to the music for a while, listened gravely, as though synchronizing their heartbeats to it. They shifted their weights to their toes. Harrison placed his big hands on the girl's tiny waist, letting her sense the weightlessness that would soon be hers. And then, in an explosion of joy and grace, into the air they sprang. Not only were the laws of the land abandoned, but the law of gravity and the laws of motion as well. They reeled, whirled, swiveled, flounced, capered, gamboled, and spun. They leapt like deer on the moon. The studio ceiling was 30 feet high, but each leap brought the dancers nearer to it. It became their obvious intention to kiss the ceiling. They kissed it. And then, neutralizing gravity with love and pure will, they remained suspended in air inches below the ceiling, and they kissed one another for a long, long time. It was then that Diana Moon Glampers, the handicapper general, came into the studio with a double-barreled 10-gauge shotgun. She fired twice at the Emperor, and the Empress were dead before they hit the floor. Diana Moon Glampers loaded the gun again. She aimed at the musicians and told them they had 10 seconds to get their handicaps back on. It was then that the Bergeron's television tube burned out. Hazel turned to comment about the blackout to George, but George had gone into the kitchen for a can of beer. George came back with the beer, paused while a handicap signal shook him up, and then sat down again. "You've been crying," he said to Hazel. "Yep," she said. "What about?" he said. "I forget," she said. "Something real sad on television." "What was it?" he said. "It's all kind of mixed up in my mind," said Hazel. "Forget sad things," said George. "I always do," said Hazel. "That's my girl," said George. He winced. There was the sound of a riveting gun in his head. "Gee, I could tell that one was a doozy," said Hazel. "You can say that again," said George. "Gee," said Hazel, "I could tell that one was a doozy." I like doing happy stories on this stream. I'm guessing that was nobody's first time. I think I've read that one on stream before, but he really is. One of the things that really caught my attention. So I for Christmas read While Angels Sleep, which I quite liked. And what was interesting about that one was it had like some of his short works that see, it says unpublished short works, but when I've looked them up, they always had some kind of publication. So I'm assuming what they mean is like uncollected short works. But there's definitely some good ones in there. And I'm actually trying to remember the name. What a shame. I really liked this story. Just give me a minute to see if I can recall it. Yeah, I'm annoyed that I can't remember this one, but it's weird. Like, so if I describe the plot to you, it's going to sound like it's not that interesting of a story or that it's like trying too hard to be interesting. But basically, there's this fridge salesman who oh yeah, this one for sure has got to be it. This is like probably his most famous short work. I'm just trying to think of this one that I'm talking about here, but anyways, the guy's like a fridge salesman, and he goes from sort of city to city with sort of this traveling show. And part of it is that there is this like living fridge. It's almost like a husband and wife duo. And he'll like do a talk with this seemingly sentient fridge. And the story is narrated by someone who works at the company. He's like their best salesman. But the narrator is someone who's sent to bring this best salesman back because his wife is dying, and her request is that she see him, one final time. While Mortals Sleep is the name of the book, and While Mortals Sleep is also a Christmas story he wrote, but the one I'm talking about isn't that one. And what's revealed in this story is that he was an exceptionally talented inventor. He was in the process of sort of the fridge is completely animatronic. He controls it through a bunch of little mechanisms in the shoes, sort of by radio. And he is working on his original invention when he marries his wife and becomes so dedicated to the machine that he largely neglects her. This eventually leads to a separation. But it's also revealed that the fridge is modeled after his new bride. And again, like on its own, this doesn't sound like a really impressive story. And like if you go and look at the Goodreads for that particular story, like it it's 3 stars or whatever, right? I'm assuming you probably get 1 star because it says Kurt Vonnegut on the name, but like nobody, I noticed there didn't really seem to be a whole lot of love for it. And yet what I found so interesting, I liked the story quite a bit. And the thing that was hard for me to escape was it really struck me as touching on a lot of the complaints I hear about dating on apps. Like this falling in love with this idea of perfection or not wanting to sort of engage with people as they are, but only ever remain with that sort of image that you have or this construction that you've made. And especially Player Piano, which again, not again, but like that was not a successful first novel. It was his subsequent work that got attention. But I mean, Player Piano, I would think has gained quite a bit more relevance in, a world where LLMs are quite commonplace now. And so, again, sometimes you just read a book at a certain stage, and maybe it's not even that the story itself carries a particular importance, but it does find you at the right time and place. But it has been really hard for me to escape the impression that Kurt Vonnegut is particularly well suited to the times. And, like, it's not like Harrison Bergeron is describing a world that we will live in. I mean, it has like actually fantastic, like it has physically impossible things that happen inside of it. But like it's shown up in court cases. It's like this is a story that I think largely people understand. I mean, I would argue in some cases misunderstand. I think Vonnegut even went out and said that the court case where it came up, he said it's like, they're not really understanding the story as I wrote it. But again, it struck me. It's one of these things where you'll have lots of good names. And this is one of the things that I always find a little difficult is that the quote unquote names for books, they're almost always very, very good writers. So even like The Singers by Turgenev, which I read once and I was like, man, this is a bit tedious. But then I read it again. I'm like, damn, this is really good. So, even the stuff that maybe it doesn't work for me when I first read it, then I go back and read it again. The stuff that you are told is like good or, this is an important work or things like that. Very often they deliver. Like very often it's a well-earned reputation. But it can be difficult too, right? Because you don't want to just put on airs and say that something's good because you expect people to say that you're good. You also don't want to be like intolerable and be like, Dostoevsky's not a good writer. It's like, yeah, it could be not to your taste, but it's a little weird to say, he's not good at what he does. But I would prefer someone saying is like, I didn't quite get it or it didn't work for me. And what I like about that is that I try as much as I can to be honest with myself. And sometimes that does mean if I encounter something that, if you see on a list of like best stories ever written or greatest authors or whatever, the sort of stuff that like makes you good at parties to talk about. I can keep that opinion to myself, but I think there's a lot of value in me being honest when something I'm supposed to think is very good didn't land. I think one of the reasons why I try to preserve that impulse is um, when I do that, I've pretty reliably found that subsequent readings, or maybe readings of works by the same author, and then maybe I return to it. Maybe I don't return to it, but I come to terms with some of the author's other stuff. Um, I very often found that being honest with myself in that first unfavorable um, encounter puts me on a path to potentially appreciating it, and like appreciating it in a way that I feel that that is knowledge that I possess and have earned, as opposed to just merely parroting what I know is expected of me. And I think the times when I've tried to put on airs, I don't think I've ever had a situation where um, I honestly don't think I've ever had a situation where um, I've come to appreciate a story by faking it. And this takes some weird. There are some opinions I've had which are not. They're simultaneously wrong and not popular. So I liked Blue Velvet when I first saw it. I took someone to see Blue Velvet on the big screen, and maybe I was reacting to the fact that they clearly didn't like it. But I remember watching it myself, and I'm like, I don't see what I saw in this. This is like, this is not good. I stayed to the end, and I watched it, but was like, man, this, like, I like David Lynch, but like this, what the hell is going on with this movie? Um, no, I mean, Blue Velvet's regarded as like one of his. I don't think it's his best. It's a coin toss for me between The Elephant Man and Mulholland Drive. I think it really depends on my mood. I feel The Elephant Man is very undervalued, and I think it is a well-regarded movie. But I very often think because it isn't weird, it people don't think of it like relative to Lynch, and yet I think it's actually I think it is one of his best, and I think knowing he did The Elephant Man. I mean, Straight Story you can make the same argument too, but I think specifically knowing he did The Elephant Man, and just the level of humanity um, present in that movie. Um, I really do think that it helps unlock some of the things that I find most memorable about Lynch's work. But again, look, I mean, this is a filmmaker who I'm very glad that I learned the existence of, and particularly at a formative time when I was learning about movies. Blue Velvet is obviously very well regarded in terms of his. I mean, like Ebert didn't like it, but I mean, Ebert was wrong about Lynch, like almost his entire career. So, um, but yeah, I mean, I can say even after watching and liking Blue Velvet once, I have watched Blue Velvet and not liked it, and you know, I suspect my current feelings on Blue Velvet largely reflect the fact that I was honest enough with myself to say that people who liked it, or like there's lots of people to say that it's brilliant and everything David Lynch does is genius and shouldn't be questioned. I feel like I have a more solid position on Blue Velvet. Not that I need to like give the position, right? But I just generally feel, like I said, I feel I need to give myself enough space to be wrong and then work my way back to it. And yeah, I like Lost Weight. I like Cut a Bit too. I think it's probably I think it's the ending I like the most out of his movies. Mulholland Drive ends pretty well too. I don't know. As far as endings go, I think that one's a coin toss for me. But Um, no. It's not that. It's I kind of know specifically um, what worked and what didn't for me for it, but I don't know. Again, it's one of these ones where I don't know. It's such a cliche, right? Honesty is the best policy, but I do feel, particularly if you want to know how this stuff works, um, it's already hard enough to put together some good sentences. It's already hard enough to um, try and see what makes it tick. It's like a perfect example here, right? The lottery. Like I think there's a lot of people who will go, or even like Bartleby the Scrivener. Like I think a lot of these stories you can just sit down and say, well, what was the point of that, right? And like the story itself is the point, right? Reading for enjoyment is a perfectly fine end. It's actually a great way to spend your time, and I regret sometimes that it can take some effort to sit down and read something and like to there you don't have that immediate switching on in terms of getting the enjoyment and the reward out of it. Whereas if I sit down and play a video game, that like marginal minute, even that marginal hour is actually really easy to give up, and it just feels like time's going away. You I'm sure I don't need to tell my chat this, but like you 100% can have that feeling like time just flies by and you get completely absorbed in a book. But I will say, I hate to admit this, but I found it a lot easier to get into that state when I wasn't playing video games. Um, because it's definitely but like there was a period where I was just a Mac user, and like even now like Mac is better as a gaming platform, but for a while it was a wasteland of for gaming. And I read a lot more. And I generally find that I'm okay with long and hard books. I'm actually I've noticed the last month or two I've actually been getting through them pretty quickly. Speed isn't the real focus on it, but I've noticed like complicated stuff I'm doing a bit better, um, like getting through it. But um, it is actually, to me it's a little bit like some of the studies that you see about learning. Like it's like an educational version of the bitter lesson. The bitter lesson is this idea in AI that every time researchers have attempted to model logic or understanding, the result has always been less than what people are looking for artificial intelligence. And every time you do like these almost postmodern, like just pure statistical, there's no meaning behind it. You're just feeding it data and giving it an algorithm for organizing things, and it always tends to be better. And so there's just something so defeating about the idea that any effort we put towards reasoning about thinking takes us to the outcome that we're not looking for AI. And so to me the better lesson of education is that, and honestly just read any news article on education, especially about tests. So many times you'll hear people saying it's like, well, testing just tells if you're a good test taker. It's not really measuring intelligence. So many things, especially if you read news articles on education, just so many bad opinions. And I know why. I can have some empathy on this. But it turns out that the things we think are good for learning have been demonstrated that they are completely ineffective for long-term understanding. So, I think probably most people have figured out now that like cramming is not a good way to learn something. Sure feels like it. But if you cram, give it a longer period of time, you're not going to remember those things. And one of the ones that really interested me, this is something that I kind of implicitly kind of already did, but I'm trying to more explicitly apply this in when I'm learning stuff. Setting yourself a challenge. So you can't do a trivial task, but you also can't do something completely beyond your understanding. So like if I try and do the Hello World program in Python, I'm wasting my time, right? Unless I find a particular enjoyment out of seeing Hello World in a REPL, like there's no value to me for doing that. But on the other hand, if I'm trying to do frontier research on quantum mechanics, that I don't even have a grammar for beginning to tackle those kinds of problems. So attempting it is not going to bring me any closer to understanding. But there is a point in the middle where you are going outside your competence, something that you struggle with. And there are actually two components that you sort of need to for the most effective learning. And one is you actually need to put in the work. You need to struggle with the problem. And it turns out it doesn't matter as much if you get to the right result. It is specifically the struggle with the problem, conditional on the second part, which is that you need to see the answer at the end. So if you didn't get the right answer, you've struggled with it, you then see what the right answer is, and you combine the two to turn that into knowledge, right? Because like I can actually say this, especially in game theory, but I'd actually say there are some, even today, I actually can see this book on my bookshelf just to the right of me. There's a Carter, I think it's like Foundations of Mathematical Economics. Anyways, it's a mathematical economics textbook. And even today, right, I'm pretty familiar with this text at this point, and I will still make the same dumb mistakes that are just flat out wrong. And worst off now, I know they're wrong because of the last time I found out I was wrong with that stupid textbook. But yeah, it's just you do need to be able to work your way out of the unhelpful path. But again, like that could not be a clearer indicator that that tests have a role, and it's not just about making people feel sad after finals. Like if you are actually going to school to learn something, you do actually have to do some uncomfortable things. And, ideally, if you're getting an education, you do want to retain the information. You don't just want to like get a piece of paper and run off and be a moron for the next, 40 years or whatever. Anyway, I'm kind of at time, but there are some Orwell essays here that I haven't read before. So I'm going to go as far as I can in these. We're going to finish off the evening with some George Orwell. And I'm hoping it's good. I mean, it's Orwell. It's usually good. So, Confessions of a Book Reviewer. In a cold but stuffy bed sitting room, littered with cigarette ends and half-empty cups of tea, a man in a moth-eating dressing gown sits at a rickety table, trying, to find room for his typewriter among the piles of dusty papers that surround it. He cannot throw the papers away because the waste paper basket is already overflowing, and besides, somewhere among the unanswered letters and unpaid bills, it is possible that there is a check for 2 guineas, which he is nearly certain he forgot to pay into the bank. There are also letters with addresses which ought to be entered in his address book. He has lost this address book, and the thought of looking for it, or indeed looking for anything, afflicts him with acute suicidal impulses. He is a man of 35, but looks 50. He is bald, has varicose veins, and wears spectacles, or would wear them if his only pair were not chronically lost. If things are normal with him, he will be suffering from malnutrition, but if he has recently had a lucky streak, he will be suffering from a hangover. At present, it is 11:30 in the morning, and according to his schedule, he should have started work 2 hours ago. But even if he had made any serious effort to start, he would have been frustrated by the almost continuous ringing of the telephone bell, the yells of the baby, the rattle of an electric drill out in the street, and the heavy boots of his creditors clumping up and down the stairs. The most recent interruption was the arrival of the second post, which brought him 2 circulars and an income tax demand printed in red. Needless to say, this person is a writer. He might be a poet, a novelist, or a writer of film scripts or radio features, for all literary people are very much alike. But let us say that he is a book reviewer. Half hidden among the pile of papers is a bulky parcel containing 5 volumes, which his editor has sent with a note suggesting that they ought to go well together. They arrived 4 days ago, but for 48 hours the reviewer was prevented by moral paralysis from opening the parcel. Yesterday, in a resolute moment, he ripped the string off it, and he found the 5 volumes to be Palestine at the Crossroads, Scientific Dairy Farming, A Short History of European Democracy, this one 680 pages and weighs 4 pounds, Tribal Customs in Portuguese East Africa, and a novel, It's Nicer Lying Down, probably included by mistake. His review, 800 words say, has got to be in by midday tomorrow. I will try and answer after this is done, Beth, kinda, sorta. 3 of these books deal with subjects of which he is so ignorant that he will have to read at least 50 pages if he's to avoid making some howler which will betray him not merely to the author, who of course knows all about the habits of book reviewers, but even to the general reader. By 4 in the afternoon, he will have taken the books out of their wrapping paper, but will still be suffering from a nervous inability to open them. The prospect of having to read them, and even the smell of the paper, affects him like the prospect of eating cold ground rice pudding flavored with castor oil. And yet, curiously enough, his copy will get to the office in time. Somehow, it always does get there in time. At about 9 p.m., his mind will grow relatively clear, and until the small hours he will sit in a room which grows colder and colder, while the cigarette smoke grows thicker and thicker, skipping expertly through one book after another, and laying each down with a final comment, "God, what tripe!" In the morning, bleary-eyed, surly, and unshaven, he will gaze for an hour or 2 at a blank sheet of paper until the menacing finger of the clock frightens him into action. Then suddenly he will snap into it. All the stale old phrases, a book that no one should miss, something memorable on every page, of special value, or the chapters dealing with, etc., etc., will jump into their places like iron filings obeying the magnet, and their review will end up at exactly the right length and with just about 3 minutes to go. Meanwhile, another wad of ill-assorted, unappetizing books will have arrived by post, so it goes on. And yet, with what high hopes this downtrodden, nerve-racked creature started his career only a few years ago. Do I seem to exaggerate? I ask any regular reviewer, anyone who reviews, say, a minimum of 100 books a year, whether he can deny in honesty that his habits and character are such as I described. Every writer, in any case, is rather that kind of person, but the prolonged indiscriminate reviewing of books is a quite exceptionally thankless, irritating, and exhausting job. It not only involves praising trash, though it does involve that, as I will show in a moment, but constantly inventing reactions towards books about which one has no spontaneous feelings whatever. The reviewer, jaded though he may be, is professionally interested in books, and out of the thousands that appear annually, there are probably 50 or 100 that he would enjoy writing about. If he is a top-notcher in his profession, he may get a hold of 10 or 20 of them, or probably he gets a hold of 2 or 3. The rest of his work, however conscientious he may be in praising or damning, is, in essence, humbug. He is pouring his immortal spirit down the drain, half a pint at a time. The great majority of reviews give an inadequate or misleading account of the book that is dealt with. Since the war, publishers have been less able than before to twist the tails of literary editors and evoke a paean of praise for every book that they produce. But on the other hand, the standards of reviewing have gone down owing to a lack of space and other inconveniences. Seeing the results, people sometimes suggest that the solution lies in getting book reviewers out of the hands of hacks. Books on specialized subjects ought to be dealt with by experts, and on the other hand, a good deal of reviewing, especially of novels, might well be done by amateurs. Nearly every book is capable of arousing passionate feeling, if only a passionate dislike in some or other reader, whose ideas about it would surely be worth more than those of a bored professional. But unfortunately, as every editor knows, that kind of thing is very difficult to organize. In practice, the editor always finds himself reverting to his team of hacks, his regulars, as he calls them. None of this is remediable as long as it is taken for granted that every book deserves to be reviewed. It is almost impossible to mention books in bulk without grossly overpraising the great majority of them. Until one has some kind of professional relationship with books, one does not discover how bad the majority of them are. In much more than 9 cases out of 10, the only objectively truthful criticism would be, "This book is worthless," while the truth about the reviewer's own reaction would probably be, "This book does not interest me in any way, and I would not write about it unless I were paid to." But the public will not pay to read that kind of thing. Why should they? They want some kind of guide to the books they are asked to read, and they want some kind of evaluation. But as soon as values are mentioned, standards collapse. For if one says, and nearly every reviewer says this kind of thing at least once a week, that King Lear is a good play and The Four Just Men is a good thriller, what meaning is there in the word good? In the best practice, it has always seemed to me, would be simply to ignore the great majority of books and give very long reviews. 1,000 words is a bare minimum to the few that seem to matter. Short notes of a line or two on forthcoming books can be useful, but the usual middle-length review of about 600 words is bound to be worthless, even if the reviewer genuinely wants to write it. Normally, he doesn't want to write it, and the week-in, week-out production of snippets soon reduces him to the crushed figure in a dressing gown whom I described at the beginning of this article. However, everyone in this world has someone else whom he can look down on, and I must say, from experience of both trades, that the book reviewer is better off than the film critic, who cannot even do his work at home, but has to attend trade shows at 11 in the morning and, with 1 or 2 notable exceptions, is expected to sell his honor for a glass of inferior sherry. The Tribune, 3rd of May, 1946. So, Beth, kind of, sort of, it's actually really weird to me to be asked that question, for the simple reason that I am actually trying to learn the short form, like already on my own. I'm trying to get a handle on it. So, there are some things that I just like that I enjoy on their own. So I really like Kurt Vonnegut. And because I know I like Kurt Vonnegut, if I find there is a collection of short stories by Kurt Vonnegut, it gives me a chance to read and see if I like it. I also really like Philip K. Dick. My favorite book of his is probably still The Man in the High Castle, but I do like some of his short fiction. And a lot of his short fiction are the stories that wound up as movies. So like We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, which became Total Recall. That was a short story. The Minority Report, short story. I think The Adjustment Bureau, if I'm not mistaken, may have been a short story. That one I don't know, actually. I think Imposter was a short story. Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep was an inspiration for Blade Runner. That one's novel length. Also, it's really easy to tell who has only watched the movie but is saying that they read the book. A Scanner Darkly I actually think is really good. That one's novel length. So I'm trying to think. I actually remember being really charmed by Prominent Author when I read it, but I don't necessarily think it's like his best. But yeah, it sounds like almost too cute by half, but like honestly, if you have an author that you like and finding out if they've done some, oh, you're thinking more of new art. Okay, so yeah, I mean, in terms of contemporary authors, so I mean, to Beth kind of, to Bertie Lala's point, like I liked George Saunders' A Swim in the Pond and the Rain, but those are the old Russian like masters. He yeah, what is it? I think it was called The Idiot Factory. This was in The Atlantic. I really liked The Idiot Factory. It actually kind of, The Idiot. I'm assuming it's called The Idiot Factory at least. One of the things I really liked about that one was it made me realize that you can still have like life and death and high drama, but in a completely ordinary setting. So like what I mean by that is like in like for like the sort of turn of the century era independent filmmaking, there was, I'm sure probably some of you've heard of like Lars von Trier. He was responsible for a movement called like, I think it was like Dog Me 95. I'm assuming that's the year that they did it. Um, and it was sort of this like vow of chastity that filmmakers would take, and it would be like, you have to shoot on location, you can't use artificial lights, and or actually you had to shoot film, so I'm assuming there's some provision for like artificial light. um you can't bring props. Any prop would have to be something that you would actually normally find at the location, and you can't have like um you can't have sort of like unnatural conflict. Like, so basically, you can't have like people dying, right? It that sort of, you know, I think the effort here was just to try and avoid like injecting extra drama in it. So I don't actually know if I've ever seen a Dog Me film or not. It's an interesting idea, and I can see why denying yourself those options forces you to think about stories in a different way. But I really appreciated the like no artifice side when I liked when I read The Idiot Factory, just because it occurred to me that you could still have the life or death stakes in a completely ordinary office environment. It's like maybe not the sort of office environment I'm familiar with, but I very much understand that kind of I very much understand that kind of place. Like I can imagine people like that. So I did enjoy that one. That was one that taught me something new. I will confess, Beth kind of sorta, I'm actually quite bad at contemporary fiction. It's something that I'm sort of working up to. It's not even necessarily through like a dislike or something like that. And I guess I should question like contemporary. So I don't know if like Kurt Vonnegut would be too old for you, because I mean, like, I guess Harrison Bergeron's like around 60s, right? So that's getting on, right? Um, but yeah, I don't know. In terms of, it's a little bit like finding good games or finding good movies. Um, I think following the people, and I like you're asking me this, and like I'm completely failing you just because of the time period, but in general I have found people who are writing things that you think are interesting, or people who have a taste that is similar to you. I know it sounds really basic, but like for when I had a little bit more of a variety stream, I do remember times when people would always ask like, um how do you how do you find all these games? And it is really just a question of me, um it is really just a question of me like following interesting people. That's how I found out about Disco Elysium, actually. It wasn't the marketing campaign. It was the fact that like all of the developers I knew were talking about this thing at, I think it was like uh Eurogamer's a publication, not a, I forget the con, but anyways. Um so it's weird, like that's the one. And like, visiting bookstores, that's another one that works really well. But yeah, for me, honestly, there's just so much stuff that I need to catch up on. So your question about novels, I don't know if I have contemporary novels that I've read that really stood out to me. And again, it's mostly because one of the reasons why I've been doing more short fiction is just because it's occurred to me how um, how little fiction I've been reading. So, like, for instance, right now I'm reading, like, I like Sebastian Mallaby. He's a nonfiction writer. It's like I read The Power Law, which is about venture capital. His latest one is The Infinity Machine, which is about Demis Hassabis and DeepMind. So I'm enjoying it. I'm happy I'm reading it. But the thing is, there's always going to be, like, you have this illusion of productivity by only reading nonfiction. How did you get into the Outlast trials? I applied to a job, and suddenly I was trapped in a in a nightmare scenario. Um, so let me just take a second and shout out the inimitable Revived Snow. I think I got into the Outlast trials because I really like Red Barrel's games, and there was a discount on the Epic Store. That's probably how I wound up with it. I will confess, I Beth kind of sort of, I quite like Neil Stevenson. I know some of my friends who I really respect their opinion both as writers and readers. Like, one of them thinks Cryptonomicon's the best novel they've ever read, but they could not stand the Baroque cycle. But I'm catching up on some Neil Stevenson. I'm really enjoying it. But I am actually also catching up with a few things that I should have read by now and haven't. So, for instance, I mentioned The Man Who Was Thursday. Um, the weird thing on that one is like I know how influential it was on some of the stuff that I like, and I still haven't read it. I do just have a particular love for old books, so I can keep going back to Jonathan Swift. Like, that man just could write. He had a particular gift, and it continues to reward itself. And of course, from there, that leads me to reading Lucian, who's an influence on Swift. But again, that's old. I mean, at this point, we're starting to think about millennia rather than decades old. Um, I'm trying to think if there's like a real like firecracker. Oh, actually, there was one I wanted to recommend. Or actually, sorry, not recommend, but make you aware of. So I quite like the comics of Alan Moore. I'm trying to come to terms with his fiction, but I do know that Alan Moore released a collection of short stories called Illuminations. And the reason I wanted to highlight Moore is I know both in his comics works, but especially his like either long form or short fiction, he definitely is like playing with style. He's definitely taking on a lot of the sort of conventions that you would expect from more contemporary authors. So this is a weird one for me because I actually bought Illuminations and have not read it yet. But I think this might be an example of like following that sort of rule or not rule, but that suggestion that I had where, like, if you liked Watchmen or you like V for Vendetta, or Promethea. I really like Promethea, incidentally. Or From Hell, right? Again, I think his comics are pretty well known. I sort of feel like if he's done something that's interested you in the comic space, that's sort of indicated that it's like, okay, this is a guy who's doing interesting stuff. And then presumably checking out a book like Illuminations is a way that you can see, all right, let's see what's going on here. And I will admit, like, I do feel that some contemporary fiction feels very self-conscious to me, and that there's a larger tradition that I am not aware of, and so makes it less accessible to me. And at that point, it's just sort of, move on to another story. I guess this is the nice thing about short stories, is that generally they're low-cost affairs, so you don't need to invest too much to if it turns out to be a dud. But yeah, I'll be honest with you. I know I'm not giving a very satisfactory answer, but I think one of the things you can do sometimes is maybe refill the well. If you're feeling a bit sort of if you're feeling a bit burned out on some of the stuff that you've read, maybe you've had a few too many things where you're like, I don't really see the value in this, or I don't quite know what's going on here. Going back to some old favorites, or some authors where you feel like you've got you're on solid ground. Like, I don't think The Great Simoleon Caper is Neil Stephenson's best work, but it's one I want to study because I know Neil Stephenson's capable of writing stories that I like. And I think being able to see how he works in that short form where I'm able to sort of see all of it and really pick it apart and then compare that to the things that I think are working in his much longer books, I think that can be educational as well. Although, again, that's like kind of orienting you towards reading for writing's sake, and like reading is worth it on its own, which I will demonstrate by reading another Orwell essay. Good, bad books. Not long ago, a publisher commissioned me to write an introduction for a reprint of a novel by Leonard Merrick. This publishing house, it appears, is going to reissue a long series of minor and partly forgotten novels of the 20th century. It is a valuable service in these bookless days, and I rather envy the person whose job it will be to scout round the threepenny boxes, hunting down copies of his boyhood favorites. A type of book which we hardly seem to produce in these days, but which flowered with great richness in the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, is what Chesterton called the good bad book. That is, the kind of book that has no literary pretensions, but which remains readable when more serious productions have perished. Obviously, outstanding books in this line are Raffles and the Sherlock Holmes stories, which have kept their place when innumerable problem novels, human documents, and terrible indictments of this or that have fallen into deserved oblivion. Who has worn better, Conan Doyle or Meredith? Almost in the same class as these, I put R. Austin Freeman's earlier stories, The Singing Bone, The Eye of Osiris, and others. Ernest Brama's Max Carados, and dropping the standard a bit, Guy Boothby's Tibetan thriller Dr. Nicola, a sort of schoolboy version of Huck's Travels in Tartary, which would probably make a real visit to Central Asia seem a dismal anticlimax. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt this partway through, Beth kinda sorta. Slough House, Mick Herron. The Slow Horses books are great. Although maybe it doesn't work for tone for you now that I think of it. Jackson Lamb's kind of profane. But apart from thrillers, there were minor humorous writers of the period. For example, Pett Ridge, but I admit his full-length books no longer seem readable, E. Nesbit, The Treasure Seekers, George Birmingham, who was good so long as he kept off politics, the pornographic Binstead, Pitcher, or The Pinkin, and if American books can be included, Booth Tarkington's Penrod stories. A cut above most of these was Barry Payne. Some of Payne's humorous writings are, I suppose, still in print, but to anyone who comes across it, I recommend what must now be a very rare book, The Octave of Claudius, a brilliant exercise in the macabre. Somewhat later in time, there was Peter Blundell, who wrote in the W. W. Jacobs vein about Far Eastern seaport towns, and who seems to be rather unaccountably forgotten, in spite of having been praised in print by H. G. Wells. However, all the books I have been speaking of are frankly escape literature. They form pleasant patches in one's memory, quiet corners where the mind can browse at odd moments, but they hardly pretend to have anything to do with real life. There's another kind of good bad book which is more seriously intended, and which tells us, I think, something about the nature of the novel and the reasons for its present decadence. During the last 50 years, there has been a whole series of writers, some of them still writing, whom it is quite impossible to call good by any strictly literary standard, but who are natural novelists and seem to attain sincerity partly because they are not inhibited by good taste. In this class, I put Leonard Merrick himself, W. L. George, J. D. Beresford, Ernest Raymond, May Sinclair, and, at a lower level than the others but still essentially similar, A.S.M. Hutchinson. Most of these have been prolific writers, and their output has naturally varied in quality. I am thinking in each case of one or two outstanding books. For example, Merrick's Cynthia, J. D. Beresford's A Candidate for Truth, W. L. George's Caliban, May Sinclair's The Combined Maze, and Ernest Raymond's We the Accused. In each of these books, the author has been able to identify himself with his imagined characters, to feel with them and invite sympathy on their behalf, with a kind of abandonment that cleverer people would find it difficult to achieve. They bring out the fact that intellectual refinement can be a disadvantage to a storyteller, as it would be to a music hall comedian. Take, for example, Ernest Raymond's We the Accused, a particularly sordid and convincing murder story, probably based on the Crippen case. I think it gains a great deal from the fact that the author only partly grasps the pathetic vulgarity of the people he is writing about, and therefore does not despise them. Perhaps it even, like Theodore Dreiser's An American Tragedy, gains something from the clumsy, long-winded manner in which it is written. Detail is piled on detail, with almost no attempt at selection, and in the process an effect of terrible grinding cruelty is slowly built up. So also with A Candidate for Truth. Here there is not the same clumsiness, but there is the same ability to take seriously the problems of commonplace people. So also with Cynthia, and at any rate the earlier part of Caliban. The greater part of what W. L. George wrote is shoddy rubbish, but in this particular book, based on the career of Northcliffe, he achieved some memorable and truthful pictures of lower middle-class London life. Parts of this book are probably autobiographical, and every one of the advantages of good bad writers is their lack of shame in writing autobiography. Exhibitionism and self-pity are the bane of the novelist, and yet, if he is too frightened of them, his creative gift may suffer. The existence of good bad literature, the fact that one can be amused or excited or even motivated by a book that one's intellect simply refuses to take seriously, is a reminder that art is not the same thing as celebration. I imagine that by any test that could be devised, Carlyle would be found to be a more intelligent man than Trollope. Yet Trollope has remained readable, and Carlyle has not. With all his cleverness, he had not even the wit to write in plain, straightforward English. In novelists, almost as much as in poets, the connection between intelligence and creative power is hard to establish. A good novelist may be a prodigy or of self-discipline like Flaubert, but he may be an intellectual sprawl, like Dickens. Enough talent to set up dozens of ordinary writers has been poured into Wyndham Lewis's so-called novels, such as Tar or Snooty Baronet. Yet it would be a very heavy labor to read one of these books right through. Some indefinable quality, a sort of literary vitamin, which exists even in a book like If Winter Comes, is absent from them. Perhaps the supreme of the good-bad book is Uncle Tom's Cabin. It is an unintentionally ludicrous book full of preposterous melodramatic incidents. It is also deeply moving and essentially true. It is hard to say which quality outweighs the other, but Uncle Tom's Cabin, after all, is trying to be serious and to deal with the real world. How about the frankly escapist writers, the purveyors of thrills and light humor? How about Sherlock Holmes, vice versa, Dracula, Helen's Babies, or King Solomon's Mines? All of these are definitely absurd books which one is more inclined to laugh at than with, and which were hardly taken seriously even by their authors. Yet they have survived, and will probably continue to do so. All one can say is that while civilization remains such that one needs distraction from time to time, light literature has its appointed place. Also that there is such a thing as sheer skill or native grace, which may have more survival value than erudition or intellectual power. There are music hall songs which are better poems than 3/4 of the stuff that gets into anthologies. Come where the booze is cheaper, come where the pots hold more, come where the boss is a bit of a sport, come to the pub next door. Or again, to lovely black eyes, oh what a surprise, only for calling another man wrong, to lovely black eyes. I would rather have written either of those than, say, The Blessed Damoiselle or Love in the Valley. And by the same token, I would back to Uncle Tom's Cabin to outlive the complete works of Virginia Woolf or George Moore, though I know of no strictly literary test which would show where the superiority lies. So there we go. That's my defense for reading Neal Stephenson. All right, let's see if I can get through these last 3 ones. I'm really starting to feel, oh dear. Okay, I love Jonathan Swift, but I think I'm going to have to skip Politics versus Literature if it's this long and full length. But we are going to do The Moon Underwater. My favorite public house, the Moon Under Water, is only 2 minutes from a bus stop, but it is on a side street, and drunks and rowdies never seem to find their way there, even on Saturday nights. Its clientele, though fairly large, consists mostly of regulars who occupy the same chair every evening and go there for conversation as much as for the beer. If you are asked why you favor a particular public house, it would seem natural to put the beer first, but the thing that most appeals to me about the Moon Under Water is what people call its atmosphere. To begin with, its whole architecture and fittings are uncompromisingly Victorian. It has no glass-topped tables or other modern miseries, and, on the other hand, no sham roof beams, ingle nooks, or plastic panels, masquerading as oak. The grained woodwork, the ornamental mirrors behind the bar, the cast-iron fireplaces, the floored ceiling stained dark yellow by tobacco smoke, the stuffed bull's head over the mantelpiece, everything has the solid, comfortable ugliness of the 19th century. In winter, there is generally a good fire burning in at least 2 of the bars, and the Victorian layout of the place gives one plenty of elbow room. There are a public bar, a saloon bar, a ladies' bar, a bottle and jug for those who are too bashful to buy their supper beer publicly, and upstairs a dining room. Games are only played in the public, so that the other bars you can walk about without constantly ducking to avoid flying darts. In the Moon Under Water, it is always quiet enough to talk. The house possesses neither a radio nor a piano, and even on Christmas Eve and such occasions, the singing that happens is of a decorous kind. The barmaids know most of their customers by name and take a personal interest in everyone. They are all middle-aged women. 2 of them have their hair dyed in quite surprising shades, and they call everyone dear, irrespective of age or sex. Dear, not ducky. Pubs where the barmaid calls you ducky always have a disagreeable, raffish atmosphere. Unlike most pubs, the Moon Under Water sells tobacco as well as cigarettes, and also sells aspirins and stamps, and is obliging about letting you use the telephone. You cannot get dinner at the Moon Under Water, but there is always the snack counter where you can get liver sausage sandwiches, mussels, a specialty of the house, cheese, pickles, and those large biscuits with caraway seeds in them which only seem to exist in public houses. Upstairs, 6 days a week, you can get a good solid lunch, for example, a cut off the joint, 2 vegetables, and a boiled jam roll for about 3 shillings. The special pleasure of this lunch is that you can have a draft stout with it. I doubt whether as many as 10% of London pubs serve draft stout, but the Moon Under Water is one of them. It is a soft, creamy kind of stout, and it gets better in a pewter pot. They are particular about their drinking vessels in the Moon Under Water, and never, for example, make the mistake of serving a pint of beer in a handleless glass. Apart from glass and pewter mugs, they have some of those pleasant strawberry-pink china ones, which are now seldom seen in London. China mugs went out about 30 years ago because most people like their drink to be transparent, but, in my opinion, beer tastes better out of china. The great surprise of the Moon Under Water is its garden. You can go through a narrow passage leading out of the saloon and find yourself in a fairly large garden with pane trees, under which there are little green tables with iron chairs round them. Up at one end of the garden there are swings and a chute for the children. On summer evenings there are family parties, and you sit under the plane trees having beer or draft cider to the tune of delighted squeals from children going down the chute. The prams with the younger children are parked near the gate. Many are the virtues of the Moon Under Water. I think that the garden is its best feature, because it allows whole families to go there instead of Mum having to stay at home and mind the baby while Dad goes out alone. And though strictly speaking they are only allowed in the garden, the children tend to seep into the pub and even to fetch drinks for their parents. This, I believe, is against the law, but it is a law that deserves to be broken, for it is the puritanical nonsense of excluding children, and therefore to some extent women from pubs, that has turned these places into mere boozing shops instead of the family gathering places that they ought to be. The Moon Under Water is my ideal of what a pub should be, at any rate in the London area. The qualities one expects of a country pub are slightly different. But now is the time to reveal something which the discerning and disillusioned reader will probably have guessed already. There is no such place as the Moon Under Water. That is to say, there may well be a pub of that name, but I don't know of it, nor do I know of any pub with just that combination of qualities. I know pubs where the beer is good but you can't get meals, others where you can get meals but which are noisy and crowded, and others which are quiet, but where the beer is generally sour. As for gardens, offhand, I can only think of 3 London pubs that possess them. But to be fair, I do know of a few pubs that almost come up to the moon under water. I have mentioned above 10 qualities that the perfect pub should have, and I know one pub that has 8 of them. Even there, however, there is no draft stout and no china mugs. And if anyone knows of a pub that has draft stout, open fires, cheap meals, and a garden, motherly barmaids, and no radio, I should be glad to hear of it, even though its name were something as prosaic as the Red Lion or the Railway Arms. So sorry, Beth Kai Disorder, I've been really bad at seeing your questions as I'm reading. So, where's the next Jonathan Strange quality level book? That's the next thing I would define as a classic, but modern writing. That's a good point. I feel like I suspect you know this already, but I should mention that Susanna Clarke has written Piranesi. I think there may also be a set of short stories that she's written as well. So I do know one person I know liked Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell and really didn't like Piranesi. I know one couple who really liked the first book and also liked Piranesi. But, it's one of these ones where I feel a little bad to mention because presumably people who like the book already know that the author has written something else. But, I won't let that get in the way of potentially recommending something that maybe someone didn't know and will want to go out and read. I have actually not read Piranesi, so can't make a recommendation myself. This is, by the way, a really bad habit. I'm not... I say I haven't read it too much. Yeah, I mean, the other thing too, Beth Kind of Sorta, is it's hard to find stuff like that, right? I love Gulliver's Travels, right? I may not have found Gulliver's Travels when it was actually, that one was probably pretty popular, so I believe there's a couple of notes of how widely read it was at the time. But right, that doesn't come by every day. So anyway, I kind of want to do Why I Write, but I know it's long. It's maybe not politics versus literature long, but excuse me. I've done 4 hours. I wasn't feeling great at the start. I'm sorry I didn't go into games. I'm feeling better by the end of this rather than the start. But I think I really do need a better week, honestly. I really need to make sure that this weekend is as low key as possible. I should probably go and do a walk and not just stay under the covers all weekend, but I need a win and I really need to rest. So, let's see if there's somebody online that I can host, and I won't lie, I don't know how I'm going to be feeling on Monday. But if I can, I'll say I'm going to try and start a new game that I will make a regular. If I play a game, I'm hoping that it will at least be something like Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop. But I think I'm ready to hop back into a full-length game. I hope the reading wasn't too much of a depart. I hope it was a pleasant move away from the usual. I liked doing it. Like I said, it's the first I've read Bartleby. But failing that, for those of you who are here for the video games, we can... we'll be back to the regularly scheduled programming next week, I think. All right. I gotta get some sleep. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, and enjoy Kilgore Trout playing Betrayal at Krondor.